We always try to start with the disclaimer.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Welcome each and all. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, and I'm delighted to be joined by Alex Skoric, as well as many knowledge seekers from around the planet. It is August 22nd, 2021, and this is the Cash Corona Telegram meeting in English. Andreas, I was hoping I could make you a co-host. Are you able to do that for an hour or so? I know Alex is a co-host, but he's working in the background.
For now, of course.
Thank
Hi,
you
Mark
very
and
much.
Joy.
Yes.
But I have between to go away.
No problem.
So,
No problem.
okay.
I'll just do that now. I appreciate the help. Okay, so thank you all for joining and coming to share knowledge. I thought what we would do today is see a little bit from the store and then go into, Mr. Kesh stopped into the plasma reactor group, and we can learn a little bit more today about this universal unit. One of the delays, of course, we know was because of the problem that's facing the entire planet, but there's been some upgrades to this unit. And Mr. Kesh said if the original unit was a 10, the new unit is a 10,000. And there's many world leaders waiting to use this unit and many other people around the world that are waiting for its appearance. I think it's going to be coming out of the Iranian National Defense University. I think that's where it will be released, as we saw with the report on the pandemic and the one cup, one life solution to this problem that we're all facing. So what I'd like to do is to go and play the ads, the flag video, and then go into the reactor group as we continue to learn more about this game changer. And Mr. Kesh said he made so many, and I left my notes in the other room, but this is a real game changer for the entire planet as they start working with these units and transmuting and transporting energies around the planet to the moon, to the solar system and beyond. So let's learn more about this so we can talk about it to others and what's about to appear, I would say, probably before the end of this year, hopefully. I know many of us have been waiting and hoping we'll get a chance to use the unit, or at least have some other person that we know use the unit. But I think we can all benefit by it because it's an elevation of the soul in so many ways, as well as, well, you'll hear about it, and many of you know that are here know quite a bit about it. But Mr. Kesh went into a little bit more detail in the plasma reactor group. So that's what I'd like to share today. I don't think anyone's hearing any volume for some reason. It's happened, the volume is all the way up and it's up on the other system. Let's see if we can. All right, let's go over here. I just tested these before we started and they all seem to have volume. There we go.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANS plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural balanced energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists and healthcare centres. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information. Hello. We are the Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on Earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. keshefoundation.org/donate.
And as I said, this is a real game changer. This is sort of the flagship unit as I see it in the Keshe Foundation. Of course, there's many other technologies and so on that are going to be revealed, but this is a real, as Mr. Keshe said, a game changer. And if the original unit was a 10, the new improved, and he said they spent about $3 million just on the research and the improvements. This is a 10,000 now. He said we've broken the code of science, and that we'll need no internet and no satellites for this unit to be operated, as it's all going to be operated out of Tehran. And the cars and the phones will all get updated as well out of these peace talks. The fee won't change. This unit is about 200 years. I think it's way more than that advanced of what the knowledge is on the planet. And maybe I had read that wrong. He even talked about changing kidneys or replacing kidneys while you're in this unit. So there's many world leaders, as we know, that are having issues right now that are waiting for something like this to come along, and it's in the works. And I know some of the units are going to be sent to China and Iran as well. I think that's where we'll see it out of the National Defense University, as we saw, and I mentioned with the report on the pandemic and what can be done to handle that. Now, I just tried to play this and we didn't have a volume. Let's see if we have a volume now. We'll spend about 15 minutes with Mr. Kesh explaining some more details that we may not be aware of, but that we can share with others as we become aware of it.
So that's what it's designed to basically to take you to that 0 point place of inception, of preconception, even maybe beyond the point of birth to the point of conception, before the point of conception, which is actually where all the potential, the point of the greatest potential. So, yeah, very nice. So in relation to that, I'd like to show the website for the Create the Future contest.
And of course, these units will be, once they're commercially licensed, I thought Mr. Kesh said they would be going about 3 to 5 million per copy. Which don't know why. You would think making more would be less expensive.
Well, it's more and more development goes into it as it goes along, and changes are made, and it becomes more lucrative for governments and large medical facilities that are quite used to paying very large sums for their medical equipment.
Can I explain? Good morning.
Oh, hello.
Good morning. I just seen your notice. You got the session. We keep everything at 1,000, but when you license it, the companies, we still want the 1 million. They have to make their profit and process. They will put these things up to that level. We don't do. We keep our prices with the margin which come to the Foundation for Research and Development, and usually these companies mark up by 200%. This is a very normal procedure for them to do, and these companies always have well-established routes into medical or any other facilities, and they get the prices they want. One X-ray machine or one MRI machine you buy for about $1 million, it actually costs less than 100,000. The rest of it is a commission paid to the government officials, the agents, service, and everything else. So once we go into licensing, it's not us, it's them who keyed up to the price. And they always get their money because they've been there with the governments and things for years. The road we go in 10 years, they go in 10 days. But the new enhancement research is very expensive. In past 12 months, updating this system to what was tested literally last night, about nearly 5 hours ago, has cost the foundation in excess of $3 million or euros. Just in the past year, to upgrade this enhancement unit. And there's a team that just been paid, they get paid day and night, they just work on improvement of the system. This easily costs us over 3 million. Just forget about what we developed, what we made. Since Corona, we couldn't move. We went into upgrading. And up to last upgrade, which was about 5 hours ago, they were completing the cycle of it. It's cost us, because we were calculating this yesterday, the Keshe Foundation is going through a lot of changes. It's cost us 3 million in 1 year. Just this machine, you see. Forget about what we put into building it and investing it. Research is not cheap. Then manufacturing costs more. To manufacture, complete the manufacturing of this one, is going to cost the foundation something like about 15 million to get the production line going, and all has been arranged. We've just taken a 3,000 square meter factory just to assemble this gigantic machine. You got to produce, we have to produce around about 50 to 100 a month just to keep up with the orders. It's a huge investment. You see the unit in the exhibition center, but it's 10 years of research. And then the last 2 years before we built it, more and more investment, more investment. I spent nearly a year in China just testing this machine. We originally built 6 of them. Now we can disclose because we are in public. We built 6 of them in Europe and we shipped them to China. And we set them up in China. I set every machine one by one, all the patients one by one. Research puts this machine must cost us at the end some $20-30 million just to research costs. And I put all that out of my pocket. And I spent 2 years in China completing it. These machines are game changers. In most probably next Friday, we release 2 new machines, which are what we call parallel to this, but we announce it when it's complete and it's done. 2 new versions of this machine is under development. And then once you make it, it's now 3 months in Iran. They're writing programs for controlling, base program for controlling this. There's a team of computer writers, program writers. Every person goes in this machine, from the date of their birth to medical condition, everything will be recorded and kept in Iran, anywhere in the world. We are working on a very large scale program, but very, very quietly. We achieved it, we are there, and the new systems are dreams of world of medicine. Actually dreams. We can take your kidney out and replace your kidney while the machine's running. I was in the lab yesterday, and it doesn't stop. A team is working day and night. Literally 1 o'clock last night, we had a communication. They're still in the lab testing. And they're all knowledge seekers from all over the world. They have joined in, and we are carrying on with their work, and they all get paid. All their wages, in Austria, you cannot work without government approval. It's not easy. And then you have to consider the companies we give license to, they have a bigger fish to fry. They have bigger expenses. We should be able to complete the transmutation system in a very short while. And this is a small part of many projects which are running at the moment in Keshe Village. And we hardly get any donations from outside. Every now and then, when knowledge seeker makes a donation, something which is we can't change. But for past 20 years, more or less, and we had a lot of damages too. We are recovering from, Rick can tell you. They came in and literally ripped us apart. Then we started again. But this time we are wise. Don't look at it too. This machine worth 10 billion. If you can save a life of a man, it and this is a small part of many projects which are running at the moment in Keshe Village. And we hardly get any donations from outside. Every now and then, when knowledge seeker makes a donation, something which is we can't change. But for past 20 years, more or less, and we had a lot of damages too. We are recovering from, Rick can tell you. They came in and literally ripped us apart. Then we started again. But this time we are wise. Don't look at it too. This machine worth 10 billion. If you can save a life of a man, it
Sorry, it seems to be trying to find its place here. I think he left off with this machine is worth 10 billion. And we also know that the butterflies are priceless as well. Don't know what happened here, why it played and then it stopped playing. I'm trying to escape or stop it. It doesn't seem to want to do either one. Let me see if I can change. No, it's still there. I'm just going to go back a hair. Maybe that will help it. It doesn't seem to want to. Doesn't seem to. All right. Well, sorry about this. I don't know what happened there. I was just putting something into the chat and it seemed to go away on us. All right, let's see if we can reload page. Okay, we're back. Okay. Just bear with me. I think we're around 38 minutes or so. If it repeats, sorry about that, but we'll have to work with what we have.
That's what I was going to say. The return, the dignity of the man is priceless, as we saw with the.
We have all leaders waiting to use this machine. We have literally some of the richest people in the world and world leaders waiting to use this machine. We can't release it till it's complete, and Iran accepts to show it for the first time. In the new version, if you look at the version, if you've seen it in the videos, you see the reactors all hanging outside in the system. The new system, the reactors are inside. You don't see anything. You walk into an empty room. The old system reactors used to weigh about 1.5 kilo. Now they weigh 150 grams. A year of solid development, day and night. If the power of this one was 10, the power of this, the other one is 10,000. Totally, it's just research, development. We have no moving parts anymore. We don't release a lot of technologies, but a lot of you are working on motors and things. We are totally in a solid state. Totally solid state. We have broken the code of science beyond imagination, but we don't release it. It will come out of Tehran University. We're on a total solid state base. You're still working on rotating in gases. Next few weeks, if we come to an agreement with the Iranian government, as we see it coming up, you will see machinery that you used to see in sci-fi movies. Then it's not going to happen. We already have the technology. There's something for sure. Satellite, your internet, your pocket phones are outdated. We need no internet, we need no satellite. And we already have the system. For sure, Apple phones will be history very soon. The same with the car industry. We have achieved gravitational units. We're much easier. But all has to come out of peace talks. Then even the Keshe Foundation, we might, as we told you, we might even be in a position, we know in the next 2-3 weeks, that KFSSI education programs will be broadcasted from September from Iran National Defense University. We promise we'll do it, and we are talking that we might be able to do it. That all your knowledge seekers, you'll be taught directly from inside the university by knowledge seekers and scientists around the world. So we already have offices in the university, and we want to change it to lectures into gas and space technology to all the world leaders from university, not from Keshe Foundation, but internet Zoom. If we don't achieve it this September, by January next term, we'll do. Then the fees will go close. And the Iranian government is meeting all the costs. We have to wait and see. There's a lot of things happening, but technological development is totally different. We already have built and dismantled the first phase of transmutation systems. They're going to, while we developed it, we found we can do it in slightly different, better ways. Dismantle goes up again, most probably in the next month or two with the new technologies. Technologically, we are at least 200 years ahead. And we play with it every day. It's not something that you might, but because we are walking a new path with our knowledge seekers, it took me 6 months to teach the knowledge seekers to understand before we could go on to next step.
Mr. Kesh, this is the Create the Future Design Contest, which is still ongoing here, and our votes are up to 116. The views are 35-45, which is puts the
Okay, so that was a small overview by Mr. Kesh of how much research development, many, many years, decades of knowledge has gone into this machine. Millions of dollars has gone into this machine. As he said, this machine is worth 10 billion, and it puts us 200 years ahead, or the Kesh Foundation is, with the technology they're in possession of, 200 years ahead of anything else on this planet. I think it's far more, but I think conservatively, he said 200 years. So it's all in the works, and hopefully out of Tehran, we will see this out of the Iranian National Defense University. This machine will appear. And of course, the world leaders and many others are waiting for its arrival. So he wants everything to be just right, as he said, and they'll continue on. And when it's time, it'll be released right on time. Just as we wanted to push the scientific research paper, why isn't it coming out to the world leaders? Well, it was delivered right on time. And that's what Mr. Kesh said. So this unit will be the same. It will appear right on time. Any questions or comments about this unit? I know many of us are hoping to gain some sort of access to it, to try it. It'll probably be the #1 destination location on the planet once people are aware of this unit and what it is capable of. And of course, the people going in it are going to have to want to participate with it. If you refuse, if you don't want to change something that you think isn't right, the machine will not work with you, as I understand it. It senses everything, and it will not go against your wishes.
Hey, Mark, I wasn't sure. Did Mr. Kesh mention the codes will be written from Iran University?
Correct. They're being done right now for operating everyone that goes in here. I know originally he said that anyone entering this unit would have to do an iris scan, as well as there's another, an iris scan and something else, just to confirm who's using it and the times, and it'll all be documented. And of course, there'll be teams of doctors in Tehran University, as well as on site where each one of these machines is present. So it will all be tightly regulated. And one of the phenomenal things is that he said we don't need any internet or satellites to operate these units. So apparently they are in communication with each other using the plasma technology, I would assume. And zero-time communication, as he was brought up in the Portuguese meeting on Friday with this superconductors and so on, that they're going to be using the cosmic rays. And I often think of the Mark Array, or as he said, return to sender, or the Mark Ray Corporation. because that's what's actually happening here, I think, is the cosmic rays are going to come into play to do this sort of communication, zero time communication and traveling and so on. And this is in the possession of the Keshe Foundation. As he said, these are the things you see in sci-fi movies beyond the imagination of the man. So yes, they are being written right now as we speak. And also the educational platform is also being written. Will be taught from, as well as our regular teachers. I think we'll have some other teachers out of that universe. And whether it happens this third trimester of this year or the beginning of the next, I think that's the back end of it. It will happen in this September, or it will start probably in January. But again, I'm not sure. But it's all in the works. There's so much going on behind the scenes, and I'm not privy to any of it. I'm only listening to what Mr. Keshe is talking about. So I have no inside track. And as he's mentioned a few times, most of the work we do on this planet, the knowledge seekers are not aware of. And especially in the Portuguese meeting where he talked about the nanomaterial, that we don't even need to create nanomaterial. We can extract nanomaterial from different objects or entities. And we know our bodies have plenty of nanomaterial in it from the skin on in. Many things are nano-coated. And talking about remote nano-coating. So there's so many technologies, and this is a whole other subject and a whole new knowledge that hasn't been shared. I guess we're not quite ready for it. But again, do you need to know every working of the cell phone to be able to play with it or use it to text or talk? No. So yes, beyond it is quite unbelievable to think a kidney could be fixed or repaired or even replaced while you're inside a unit like this, without any scalpels, without any tubes, without any cutting. It'll just be done through the fields. So that's why the Keshe Foundation is in possession of such advanced knowledge. As he said, we could go to the moon tomorrow. I think they have that ready, but it's not time. It'll be in the June 6th period of next year. And whether a man goes there or it's just unmanned or so, will go and return in the same day. Jackie, I see your mic is open. Go ahead.
Hi, Mark. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
I listened to the Portuguese meeting and he said some interesting things. Some knowledge was given that had not been given before now. And that was concerning how the soul, or how the machine that will be able to allow the soul to travel and then for the body to be reconstituted at the other end, that the physicality becomes energy fields once the soul envelops the physicality. And then it will have the ability to know where every field strength goes. So the perfect field strength that makes up our kidneys or liver or lungs or whatever, they'll all be able to be recreated, so to speak, in their exact location within our body. He said, this has never been known before by man. And it is the key to being able to travel within the soul and then to become a physicality once more. He said something very interesting when he said that suppose you go to planet Zeus and you need a kidney there, but it will not be used to process fluids as it is on Earth. It may have to process another kind of fluid. So the soul will be able to create the perfect kidney for that location. Truly amazing knowledge that he gave in that meeting on Friday. Thank you.
Yes, Jackie, you're absolutely correct. He said this is the first time we're releasing this in public. And this is why he's been trying to teach us about encapsulating the soul of physicality with the soul of the man, so that, as you said, Jackie, nothing is lost. But again, once you arrive, and it's the energies of the soul and the energies of the soul of the physicality that are getting transmuted, because the soul of physicality has that memory apparently of where everything goes correctly. And of course, if you did make it to planet Zeus or another planet, the physicality may not be able to manifest in the what we look like here because of the fields of the environment. But if we want to return here, the soul will and the energies will be able to come back and put it all back together as it was before it left. And I was wondering, if you were in this unit and your soul of physicality and the soul of the man is transmuted, what's left in the unit? Is anything left, or is it just a bag of Gantz that's there without any soul of the man and soul of physicality? Not actually sure how that'll work. But again, he said this is the first time we're discussing this, I guess, in public. So there are so many questions. And of course, we're going to develop this unit as well as use it. And I'm sure we'll get advice on how to proceed in its development. Can't think that it could possibly go anywhere farther than it is. I think this is one of the most advanced systems that's ever been released in the entire universe, according to Mr. Cash. So we're right on the edge of something so fantastic, as he said, beyond the imagination of the man. And I believe it will be the #1 destination location on this planet. Forget about a vacation. Let's vacation around the universal units, because everybody has something they need to work on or correct or balance or elevate. And this will help us do all of that. Mr. Kesh even referred to it as a wish machine, I think, unless that was the material enhancement unit he was speaking about. Any other comments on this most fantastic of units system? And again, it's a helping hand to train us to be able to do it without any of these systems. And that may be 100 years away, who knows? With Mr. Kesh, tomorrow could be, a decade. Again, he speaks in universal dimension rather than in our time dimension. So a lot of things we want to happen next month or this month is not actually happening, because we're not understanding the totality, and that everything has to be set right and in place for these things to happen. It's all very well planned out. Anyone else want to make any comments before we go to the Dome of Peace? All righty. Diane had something she'd like to share. She said she drafted, and again, it's just a draft of a logo. Diane, is this for the Universal Council, or you said one planet, one nation, one race for world peace, a logo in that effect? Maybe you'd like to
I
tell
think
us more.
Dean said something about hoping like for a logo for the one nation, one planet, one race, whatever. I think that it said the right order.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's for them. I don't want any credit for it. Like, I don't know computer art stuff. I just do things by hand.
Sure.
So if anyone wanted to like take it, if you guys like it or whatever, then I can do like a sketch of it, which some people appreciate hand more than computer. And then if whatever you want to do with it, if you want to get another artist to make it computer form, like go for it. Like, but I can't do that.
Yeah. You're talking perhaps about submitting it to the Universal Council. I think they have a web address that you could probably submit it to, but could we see your work? Are you willing to show
that's
it?
what I wanted to show it. So
Okay.
maybe you guys have, okay, I don't want to be on camera. Here.
Well, your soul must have led you into something.
Well, I've got lots to share. I've just been Okay.
Oh dear.
Now it goes backwards and I turn everything around on my own. Okay. You
Oh,
can't see it
I
back there.
see it on
It's
the,
planet, nation, race, and like, I should have set my camera. Planet, nation, race, and and then it says one, like it's just a note, piece of note paper. So the circles would be proper, and then it says 111. And I got the, like, in the background, it'd be like a peace sign, but it is upside down, but because I wanted to divide, I don't know, because Kesh said something about the peace sign being upside down. Anyway,
we're not seeing it. Let me see if I
not seeing
can,
it on my screen.
hang
Oh,
on, let me see if
I
I
don't know
can.
how to do the share thing. I got it on my
I'm gonna
video.
spotlight for everyone. Let's see if that works.
Yeah, then if you spot it, then
I
I'm
did
sorry.
spotlight it.
I don't know much about computers.
I don't either.
It's under my, it's on my, I can see it on screen on my.
Let me
Diane
see if
Pearl's-
sometimes it goes in back of my, like what you're seeing here. Let's just see. No, I'm not seeing it for some reason.
Nobody
Um,
can see that.
If I
Okay.
pin it to the, it says remove spotlight. Why don't I remove the spotlight and then see if we can spotlight it, pin to first screen. Now it's not there.
Oh, maybe, I'm so computer illiterate, like I
I
can
am
only
as
do what
well.
I know
No
how to
problem.
do.
We work with what we have, that's all.
Yeah,
I
and what
don't
we
want to
know.
pin it to the first screen. I want to pin it to the second screen. Oops. Let me try it one more time. Here it is. Sorry, I clicked on my picture rather than pin to second screen. No. Okay, let's spotlight for everyone. I'm not seeing it as well. Is anyone seeing it?
It says, oh, the host has spotlighted, but
I did.
nothing has changed.
I'm
Okay, what
seeing it
we're seeing,
perfectly well.
you are?
Yes, if you double click on the small image up above,
Yeah.
you see it in a big size.
I'm not seeing it though. I'm not seeing it there. And I'm not seeing it there. I don't know where it is, and it's not in back of these screens. So I'm not exactly sure what that spotlight is actually doing. But if you could describe it, it's a circle. There's three. Yeah,
It's 3 circles.
I
Like,
see.
I'll put it in a little closer because I can't say Pisca, Visca, whatever in the middle, like it forms a 3 thing. I don't know whether to put those lines in that separate the, anyway, but sacred geometry, like there's 3 circles makes like the seed of life in sacred geometry. That's the seed of life. And then like the circle around is always a circle around for like, I guess it's like the or protection field or whatever. And then I keep moving and it moves so fast. And it says 111. So it's 111 planet, nation, race, and it goes from bigger to smaller, like bigger, bit smaller. But
Yeah. Yes, I think it's a
I-
beautiful idea.
I have different ideas that go through my head when I see it and to explain the sacred geometry and then how I came with it. Same with the peace thing and divide because 111. Like I don't know what figured it should be on top, but maybe that could be turned around. And then like what on
Okay, bye.
Okay,
not
I'm
me.
gonna mute. No, I'm gonna mute someone here. Somebody had their mic open. Sorry about
Yeah,
that,
this
Diane.
side. That's okay. On the last knowledge seekers, and you're talking about like for the one nation, one planet, one race, whatever, having wings so we could start to fly or whatever. So I don't know if you can see it now. I'm starting to shake.
It's okay. No problem.
There's a little wing here, but I don't know what with the wings because that was that Mr. Kesh just said, and I just kind of added that in. It'd be nice to have like a wing on both sides. 2 wings, so the bird can fly straight.
Well, the planet doesn't have any wings, as we know.
Well,
and
there's
it doesn't tank up, but it is a nice image.
and I don't know if Baha'u'llah said it was that. Oh, no, I can't remember. two wings that man and woman can fly together. Until both wings are equally developed, can the bird fly?
Uh-huh.
So I don't know, that's like different.
I think it's an
Thoughts
idea
go
you
through
can
my
work
head.
on. Yeah, I like the ones around it as well.
Yeah, I guess I gotta go through I don't know how to share and all that, and
No
like,
problem. I need more help with the computer as well, Diane. So we found that out earlier today. We were trying to transfer some files and
yeah, well, I got
if
down
Ed
on,
wasn't there. I don't think we would have transferred anything anywhere.
I've got email address for Marie. She teaches the soul teachings.
Uh-huh.
So I'll send it to her. I also want to send her something else anyway, so.
Okay, if someone
And that's the
has
way I was,
if someone has the Universal Council address, perhaps they can put it in the chat and you can copy that, Diane?
yeah, well, I do have the universal, I don't know where it is right now,
Right.
address for like, and it just says universal address, but it's for, I keep forgetting her name, Marie. But I think it's the whole universe. It doesn't have her name in the address. It would just be attention Marie, or I guess I don't even have to do that. I've got the address. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you for your work.
Okay,
It's
I really got to get
definitely-
up.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, take
Let
care,
me see
everyone.
if I
Love
can
you.
share the screen again. Okay. I don't know if everyone saw that, but it's just
I can't hold it still anymore.
no problem.
I'm shaking.
Okay. Let's
Bye.
see. Thank you very much for showing us your work. And again, there's work in art and there's work in the lab and there's many different kinds. We all serve in different ways, Mr. Kesh said. So any way you think of serving is correct. As he said in the Portuguese meeting, you don't need Mr. Kesh there to make things so complete. And you just do the best you can and serve the best you can, and that will suffice. So let me see if I can escape out of this. For some reason, you cannot minimize. Okay. Okay, so we're going to move on to the Dome of Peace. Let's see if this will, I seem to be a little bit stuck here. I cannot minimize. Okay, so now I am having a bit of an issue. Let's see. All right, I don't want to do any of those things. I'll just have to lower this down. Okay, the Dome of Peace. I think this is the time Mr. Kesh actually read the Dome of Peace, but if any of you would like to add once he reads, today, of course, is the day that at noon CEST or 6 p.m. CEST every Sunday. At the same time, we are spraying a dome of peace in place to elevate the soul of this planet, to bring about a peaceful, permanent condition on this planet. And everyone can participate in this. Even if you have an empty spray bottle, you can participate in this. And you don't even need the spray bottle. You can just emit the fields. But this is sort of a coordinated effort Mr. Kesh is asking for. There's probably some other things going on in the background that we're not aware of, but he's asked us. And let me have Mr. Kesh read it. And that is not working as well. Very interesting.
The Dome of Peace, that was very beautiful.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, but you know, someone could read this first and then show the both videos. What do you think?
I'll have to find that video. I'm not sure where it is. I think she put it in some websites, so I'll have to find it.
Oh, no
Do you have
problem.
a link?
Yeah, no problem. Okay, I will look for it. I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So this is another part of the peace process as I see it. What we're doing is we are distributing or spreading the GANS waters around the planet, and we know the GANs or the fields in the water know where to go and what to do and to bring a type of balance. The Chinese have been releasing GANS waters into fountains and lakes and streams and rivers for years, Mr. Kesh said. We're just starting to do it in other parts of the world, but knowledge seekers in China have been doing this for years. So we're all part of it, and I don't know if the universal units are connecting with this. There's bigger plans going on than I'm privy to. But all in all, we want to see peace. If it's your wish to see peace on this planet, the path of peace is made very clearly. And this is one of the ways. And of course, Mr. Kesh is offering the government's technology in exchange for peace, advanced space technology in exchange for peace. So I know the Universal Council is elevating or reaching out to the leaders on this question and hoping they will make the right decision for peace for their nations and sign their nations to peace. So this is a very integral part of all the technology being released. And maybe this is some of the delays that we're seeing now. We know certain governments are on board already and other ones will take a little bit more time to come through. So perhaps that's the reason why a delay. So just to the world leaders, we're hoping you will choose the right way to go, pledge the nations to peace, stop messing up this planet and fooling around, and let's play with something like going into space, and then it's unlimited. We don't have to kill and destroy things on this planet to maintain a condition. Another thing that he said was that in the workshop, I think in the last workshop, that he said the United States, these 50 states will break up into individual nations in years to come. So that may be part of this whole plan. Again, Mr. Kesh is seeing the future as he stands on a much higher rung of the ladder than I do. So he can see some of these things. And I'm sure they've worked this before on other locations across the universe. This is not his first go at it. So many things are disguised. As he said, I'm a master magician and a master of disguise. So many of the things we don't see are happening in the background. As we say, where's the world peace? It's already happened. It just needs to be polished up a little. Anyone else? Is Liliana here? Would she like to share anything? Did you do the coordinated spraying?
Watch it. Has it?
Okay, I'm
Oh,
going to
read
mute
the book.
you. I don't know if Liliana is here. Oh, yes, she is here. Is there anything you'd like to add to this, or anyone else? Please feel free of your thoughts of spraying this and what you're doing. Today, I did go around the outside of the jail and we did spray the GANS water for peace inside the facility. As I know, it's probably made for about 1,600 people and they may have 3,000 persons inside this facility. So I thought that would be quite appropriate, as well as other spraying around. Anyone have any comments or they'd like to share? And if not, fine.
Mark, hi, it's Dean here.
Yes, Dean.
So you mentioned about spraying around a jail. So what was your intentions for the inmates of this jail?
Just to create a peaceful condition. Many people inside the jail, for example, if you go in there with no money, you don't get to use the telephone. And they have 5 or 6 telephones there, and they have, you know, maybe 400 people who want to use the phone at the same time. And of course, there's only a limited amount of time. So if you don't have the money and you aren't in position to even use the phone, then you become quite frustrated, especially if it's maybe your daughter's birthday or other things you need to want to discuss. And so it creates a peaceful condition among the inmates, but I'm thinking more of the staff, of the correctional officers who are usually in the line of fire and have to deal with these out of balance emotions within the facility. So I just wanted to see a peaceful facility, a more peaceful facility than, because it's overbooked. So if you're on a plane that's overcrowded, you can imagine. Not a
so these
comfortable
intentions,
situation.
Mark, they were just for one facility. You didn't extend your thoughts to all the
No, I
inmates
just
across
went
the globe.
physically around there, and then I did some other places in the city. But it was just for this locale that I was thinking of at the time. But you're right,
Yeah.
Dean, to extend it, no question.
Yeah. Well, thank you for doing that. That's wonderful, and that's good to hear that you're spraying the Peace Dome. I was a little bit busy today. I sprayed very briefly today in the back of where I'm staying at the moment. But the intention is always there, and it's always good to see the other knowledge seekers that are spreading this the Peace Dome across the planet constantly. Did you have any experiences, Mark, when you were spraying? Did you get any interactions with the sun or environment or anything like this?
Nope, not at all. Nothing other than just putting my intentions into it.
Okay.
And knowing
Yeah,
it's needed. Yeah.
It definitely is sometimes when the conditions are right and when you're very connected, you do, as you know, we all get these plasma interactions going on where you connect and you get these all sorts of environmental things happen almost instantly, well, fairly instantly, when you're deeply connected and in the right place in your thoughts and intentions, and that connection is there with the Peace Dome. And sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it may take a little bit longer for it to manifest, depending upon the intentions that you've given to these people. Which you're saying that within this facility, they would have many emotional imbalances and things. But these could be related from all sorts of issues that have happened in their early childhood and other conditions in their environments around them, that have, because they've not had the knowledge or the beauty of this knowledge that we know and we've come to understand with the knowledge of the plasma waters that create these conditions that would balance out and stop all these emotions. And Mr. Kesher said many times that there will be no need to actually facilitate having these sort of jails or whatever you want to call them, prisons, because once you actually bring people to balance with these ganses and with plasma waters, you wouldn't need to physically retain them, because you elevate the soul, and then the physicality will walk away from all those conditions that have been created through the environment that's been through the thoughts and intentions in themselves and through other interactions with the daily lives of people that are affected by, as we know, many issues from not only normal society, but from other influences from further afield that affect people's psyche and well-being in many different ways. So in the times to follow, I think, sorry, Mark, I think in the times to follow, that readdress the balancing of the fields, like the Universal Oil Enhancement Unit, once they're actually established and start spreading the fields more and more, including the plasma dome that we're spreading, more and more people are going to walk away from these emotional imbalances and come back into a position where it just won't exist. It will. It may take some time, but I think this will be the case that will happen on as a filtering process on a gradual basis, because of the knowledge that is being given all across the planet right now.
I was saying you're 100% correct, Dean. Mr. Kesh said you can take the most violent person in the prison, process him through the unit, and he will become a productive member of the society.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I think that sometimes it's we have to allow for people's perception of what an individual or a soul has done, or to find themselves in that position of being incarcerated, being locked up within a prison, that may have been through circumstances that were beyond their understandings because of their thoughts that they have and the situations they put themselves in. They're totally unaware of this knowledge. But when you have this knowledge, you wouldn't put yourself in those positions. You become much more peaceful, not only within your own physical structure, but everything around you becomes a little bit more peaceful because you don't move within those fields. You don't attract that. It changes everything. So it will be good when these fields are totally released by the units and many other the Keshe Foundation's products that are about to flow. Once they start becoming available for society, I think society is going to be changing dramatically in the moments to follow. So it will be an interesting transition that's going to be happening fairly soon.
It could be Mark. It could be a pre-release condition that you have to go for processing if you want to stay out of the facility, let's say. And I think it would save quite a bit. And again, it will create a productive member of society, many productive members of society. And this is just one area that it's going to affect. So this is a real game changer, as Mr. Kesh has pointed out to us. And while I'm spraying, Dean, I often think of the others around the world. I don't see anyone else spraying at this point, but I'm sure I will in the future if we continue it. And I don't know who's going to determine when we reach this peaceful condition, but it may be for a while yet. But I often think of the other knowledge seekers around the planet who are doing exactly what I'm doing. And I just add my field strength and mix in with their field strength to accomplish what we've been requested to accomplish.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Yeah, absolutely true. It's the intention. You set the intention, and you connect with the other knowledge seekers, and it does. It creates this dome across, and as we've discussed many times, you can actually achieve this with your own thoughts and intentions, and the knowledge that you possess through the Ganses and the teachings that you experience right here and through Jalal and many other teachers, Alex, who are teaching this knowledge beautifully and bringing it to humanity in a wonderful way. Thank you all.
And I was just thinking, Dean, and perhaps this network of universal units will start to create a light within the GANs, so to speak, that we've already sprayed. It's sort of like energize the GANs or open up. I know that the GANs, we haven't really opened it up to its full potential and released its energy. I guess there's some secrets there as well to open it up. So maybe when these units start to come into play and these fields are moving along with the fields of Mitra and the rest of us, the GANs will start to even become maybe super energized and continue to do its work that way. But it's doing its work now. It's getting in position and it's doing its work to balance.
So the GANs is yourself. As we all know, you're a walking GANs factory, and so the fields that are being produced are affecting all of us, and our emotions and thoughts are being balanced, and we're all going through conditions of I don't know what the right word is, readdressing the fields that we're existing in, and it needs to be a position that the more you know, as you all, most of you guys, and all you, when I say guys, I mean that as in like man, the solar man. You all give so much, and because of that, you're receiving back, and it's a constant flow. So, and we know with the teachings that the magnetic and gravitational fields and this giving and receiving back from the universe, and in every moment. So it's a constant flow, and that energy transfer, that balance that you can receive, can go both ways, and sometimes you can have wonderful experiences, and other times it can be, if you your focus changes, and the point of view changes, and where your attention flows to is slightly different, then it affects in different ways. So you have to be visibly conscious of your thoughts and intentions. Like it's the usual ethos of the foundation: thinking, speaking, and acting in unity with everything that is. So it's a constant readdressing for many things. Thank you, Mark.
Yes, thank you, Dean. And Lissy put into the chat, my sentence every Sunday: may all beings be happy. May all beings be happy. May all beings be at peace. So those are the intentions that are connected to the GANs, I would say, that she sprang. As we know, the GANs can absorb emotions and intentions and convey them to where they go. And that's why I always remember Sandor, when we refilled the jar of GANs, he'd say, now shake it and add good intentions into it. I don't think we had to shake it, but it is just part of this physicality, because we're so physical, that we needed to do something. We couldn't imagine that our thoughts and intentions could imprint on the GANs or the GANs waters, which they can do. Anyone else would like to add anything before we go to Alex? Or bring a subject up that we may have not heard that you feel you'd like to mention at this point? Patricia, your mic is open.
Good morning, Mark. How are you?
Oh, well, always well.
Well, I'm down here in Honduras, and I couldn't participate in the dome at the time that Lily does it, because I was delivering cakes. But as I was delivering them, I went past one of the triage areas where they're treating COVID patients here in Honduras. So I sprayed my Cup of Life 1 on my way to delivering the cakes. So I guess some of the patients, or some of the...
Definitely.
It's really sad here. They go to the triage centers and they wait there, and they have ambulances there just waiting for spaces in the public hospitals to open up to be able to take the victims or the patients. And so I guess that's probably one of the nice areas to spray Cup of 1. And I guess I'll be spraying there because they're there all week long. So I'll just spray whenever I pass there. I'll just keep on spraying.
Very nice. Very nice. Wherever you do it, even just during the week, and just thinking and just putting these fields out, you're like a reactor or a magrev. You can continue emitting these things, these fields of peace to wherever you go, because everybody needs to want to be in more of a, I would think most people want to be in more of a peaceful condition than they're presently in. And we're going to achieve that in the very near future. And again, the future could be hundreds of years away, but we're going to proceed to that point as more and more people participate and more people understand. Jalal, your mic is open.
Yes, it can be actually destinated, if you remember.
Ah, yes, like the cell in the body.
Yes.
So
it is always beyond the imagination of the man.
So is this marking a ray?
Exactly. You remember?
Yes. Yeah, so this technology is so powerful, we don't even know what we have in our hands. As Mr. Kesh said, he puts so many things in front of us and we don't see it. But this is something we can see and we are doing. So I want to thank all of you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. So thank you all for participating in that. And again, you can do it anytime, day or night, but the coordinated time when hopefully others will be doing it as well is the noon and 6 p.m. CEST time on Sundays. Thank you, Jalal.
No, thank you.
Anyone else have any thoughts they'd like to share on the Peace Dome? As Mr. Kesh said, we'll be spraying domes of life and other things. And it may not be spraying in the physical sense. It'll just be emitting some sort of fields, either with systems or through our own souls as we learn more and more. Again, this knowledge is quite deep, much deeper than our physicality goes, but we're learning step by step. He's taking knowledge seekers forward on this. So all feel fortunate and blessed and special that you can participate in this. Even though in the beginning I thought it was kind of wasn't going to really do anything. I couldn't see really through it, but as we're knowing, the intentions and the emotions are quite powerful, containing quite a lot of energy and can transfer its energy just the same way you receive emotions from someone when they're yelling at you or happy with you. You can experience that. And so we're going to be using more and more of our emotions to do things. And that's what Mr. Kesh says. That's all it is the emotions and learning how to play with them. It's probably a little bit more than that, but basically that's a good starting point. To think good, to speak good, and to do good as often as you can. I think it creates some sort of shielding actually for you. Even though maybe somebody obviously did something that's obviously wrong, you're going to have to try to close your eyes to that and wish their soul to be elevated. So thank you all for participating in that. Anything else from anyone else on the Dome of Peace? Okay. Alex, have you rejoined us? Are you perhaps ready to come in?
Mark, can you give me a couple of minutes, please?
Certainly. Take as much time as you need.
Yeah, I'll share the screen. I just need to clean something up.
You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Jalal. Appreciate your generosity.
Well, as you can see, there's a lot of, if you were in the Portuguese meeting, there's a lot of technologies that we're not ready for at this point. Mr. Kesh did go into, and I thought of Raphael. Mr. Kesh spoke for about 8 minutes, and then Mr. Kesh said, now you can translate. He said, well, I got 3 pages to translate that he took some notes on. So it's all very good. And extracting nanomaterial out of things without having to do nano coating, it's beyond my knowledge. And of course, nano coating at a distance, maybe a meter away, maybe 3 meters away, things can be done. But this technology is not in the public view, but it's within the foundation. And as we know, this foundation contains so much advanced knowledge that man is not privy to. It should be the #1 destination and location for people to want to be around and to start absorbing. And of course, we see the store every week, every month, products are being added, systems are being added to the store. So that's one of the ways to support the foundation. And as Mr. Kesh mentioned, the donations haven't been there, not that they need so many donations, but it would probably help each one of us to start small and to make a small donation to the foundation. It does show your support and your fields of supporting as you can. a lot of people just take and they don't give anything back. And that was one of the problems with people that start to discover things about this technology. They think they have the whole enchilada, but they don't. And they don't give back to the foundation. So as Mr. Keshe said in other locations, that you owe the man that gave you this knowledge. Not that you owe him directly, but you owe the universe to share it and spread it as you understand it. And nobody's right and nobody's wrong, but we're all on a huge journey here on this planet and out into space. So there's some very exciting things happening. I don't know what the first breakthrough will be, but it will come out of the National Defense University in Iran. All of this will come out of there. And it was being blocked under the last administration which is hard to believe, in Iran, but now I think things have settled down and the new leader and leadership there is going for it. As we've seen, so many buildings of research going on, miles and miles of research in buildings, and people build the buildings the way they like them to be. And they're conducting all types of research. And this is how the nation advances. Somebody have their mic open. Hello? Let me just look in the list here. Oh, thank you for closing that. Ike, you're coming in. All right, is there anything else anyone would like to add at this point? Mr. Keshe just releases knowledge. He was in the reactor group. He's doing the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. He was in the Portuguese meeting. And every time it seems like a new dimension gets opened up. So you can imagine what knowledge is beyond what we have already with us. And so we don't think we're so proud that we know everything, just understanding making a cup or doing this. Think of what's behind and how much is behind what we've been shared, what we've been given and shared with already. So it's a tremendously huge, and it should humble all of us as we continue to try and absorb these knowledges. So I would invite you all to attend the Portuguese meeting, and I would invite you all to attend if you can. And I know it's early morning. I think it's 7 a.m. on Wednesdays for the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group. Some of us, it's kind of late at night, and depending on where you are, but I would encourage you all to try and participate in any of these meetings, or at least review the archives. And you'll be able to show some of your work, as Rick always is asking everyone what they would like to show. And Diane, you're welcome there as well. So, and to show any of your drawings. I know that we've seen some from the Iranian knowledge seekers. Mr. Keshe showed a number of those in the past from his phone of the different artwork that people are doing there. And it's just on an impression that you have, and your soul leads you and you draw something nice. I don't know if everyone saw what Diane did, but it had the 3 circles connected together with a couple more circles around the outside of it, and the word one in 3 different locations. So it is all one, and we are all connected. And this is what many of us need to realize, that it's just not us as individuals. Although Mr. Keshe wants you to be the last man standing, we're also helping each other to learn and to share and to open up new dimensions. Alex, are you ready to come in?
Welcome, everybody. What a beautiful Sunday afternoon in North America.
And it is beautiful. We were supposed to get a hurricane, but it moved off to the east. And so we only got a few drops of rain, but everybody was expecting power outages. Maybe it was the spraying of the GANs that moved it a little bit to the right. So, welcome, Alex.
Thank you very much. The the word that's been used so frequently today has been the word connection. And I guess everyone knows what the subject is going to be, but we just have to do a little bit of business. I hope you don't mind. Please, I'm going to have to.
I can play it for you if you'd like.
Oh, okay, very good. Thank you
Let
so
me
much.
just share the screen. Yes, anytime, just ask. I wasn't sure. Okay, let me just rewind this. Pull it back here. Make sure this one comes in a little bit loud, but I want to thank Elias for producing this. We've been using this pretty regularly. I'll just share that screen and then we go right ahead with it.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Okay, Alex, if you're ready to share, I'll let you know when we see your screen. There we go. It's coming up. Yes, it is. We see your screen, Alex. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and welcome everybody. This is our KFTV plate here, and as you can see, it's getting more and more full all the time, and I believe there's 34 more to go, Mark. But
oh, I just noticed the Spanish one, Hispano. Very nice.
Yes, yes, and but we need quite a few more, and there's still some significant countries missing, and we're working on it because there's a connection that needs to be made, and this is where the science meets the soul of the man for peace. And as I said, we've been talking about the word connection today a lot. And so welcome everybody. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. This is continued teachings in the plasma science. We're now into the advanced understanding, not too far down the road, but a little bit more advanced. And today's subject is going to be the GANs of connection. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is August the 22nd, 2021. This is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So I want to welcome everybody and to this is for new students, this is for mature students, and really more importantly, this is for new teachers. Well, actually, it's also for the regular teachers, but we need a lot more teachers because we've been going through since last October on this particular series through some basic teaching, and we've been picking up terminology and then having an opportunity to use it in different contexts. We went into intermediate teaching and advanced teaching. And again, this was stressing a lot of people because they just wanted the cups of life, and all they wanted to do was get rid of the virus. And after 20 months, it's still the most important thing that's on the plate of everybody's. And then we decided to go through a little bit more advanced basic understanding. And so you see in the schedule here, then we moved into, of course, intermediate understanding. And that was very successful, but the challenges continue. And now we're into some real challenges here. And it's stressing all of us because we are now going through this transition. And as part of the advanced understanding, we completed the stacker units, and you can see where we still have to go. We had an understanding of kind of what's been holding us behind. And as we're all stuck in our yellow submarine, somehow we will have to be elevated. And that elevation involves some kind of connection. And so I call it the dance of connection. And that's pretty well my own interpretation. And so what I'd like to do is to outline how I arrived at that. So in review, we looked at the terminology and we found that energy is always in motion. And so the rules governing that involve magnetic and gravitational field forces. And we understand that these are all natural plasma. So as we go through the various geometries and the various dimensions, we find that we have dimensions within our geometries and we have geometries within our dimensions. All of this is dependent on susceptibility. And what causes this susceptibility? And what are these forces that are coming in? And do we understand what we mean by dynamism? And so our knowledge is being challenged because most of us really don't have access to classified information or a lab. Our lab is basically our kitchen or our workshop. And what we've been trying to do is to get back to normal. And that's been pretty hard to do when we really don't understand what normal is. We've been going through life without understanding where matter is coming from. What is the creation of matter? And is there a universal order? And so we find in book number 1 that there is a universal order of creation of matters. And this involves the plasma matter and the plasma science. And so we've been trying to teach and add to the knowledge in a gradual manner, because for the few hours that we get together in our classes, that has to kind of offset the continuous inundation of misinformation and propaganda that we have through our day-to-day activities. And somehow, if we had to depend on what we see on a day-to-day basis, we would have never got here. But thanks to the structure of light, there's a connection. And that's what we're talking about today, is a connection between the here and the there. Well, where is the here and where is the there? And how far there is it? And does it matter? Well, if we look at a larger scheme, the origin of the universe, and you say, well, what's that got to do with my tiny little perfect world? Well, the thing is, what we're looking at here is how one begets another, or in this case, how one begets into two. So in other words, we have a multiplier effect. And so one of the concerns that people in the shall we say, the health industry are trying to figure out is how do cells multiply. And then we find, well, they multiply through division. And so there has to be some kind of connection that causes that to happen. And that's what we're going to talk about today, the creation of the universe and how the universe is created so it exists from energy. But the thing about energy is always in motion. So when you look at the picture on the left and you look at the creation of this plasma field, how can you grab onto it when it's constantly in motion? And when it's in motion, it has a charge. So that gives it a direction. And then you find in the picture on the right, well, you have two plasma fields and there's a connection. And we've been referring to that connection as the infinity loop. In the process of bringing these two fields together with this infinity loop, it was the beginning of principal matter. So we find that energy was traveling through the universe, which we call PM ticks. They come together, they create a force field interaction. And when they have that balance, it creates a maggrav. So this is the essence of creation. But the thing is, we have different points of view. And what is your point of view? We constantly ask that. So based on our education, we could say that our point of view is an earthbound point of view. We could say that our point of view is a matter point of view. But our point of view literally is from our point of view, and we are plasma beings. So we have to kind of flip things around. And so that's what we have to change. Well, how do we flip things around? And we've talked about poles flipping, positive and negatives, and then of course the basic fundamentals of magnetic forces, which are attraction and repulsion. And then attraction and repulsion from what? And attraction and repulsion to what? And so in order to have this point of reference, the point is that you have to have a maggrav field. So the maggrav field is a combination of the attraction and repulsion forces. And so we find that the forces are magnetical or gravitational. Well, what does that mean? That means that's a residue from the maggrav condition. And if this residue is more of an attraction repulsion type of thing, then that has to add more magnetical energy. But if it's a repulsion attraction type of maggrav, then it has to add the gravitational field, right? Because it has to attract. So we have a pushing and a pulling between the magnetical gravitational fields. The point is that we have a residue from the maggrav condition, which causes attraction and repulsion. So the attraction is the conversion of energy, and the repulsion is the divergence of energy. And so when we look at the cups of life, this is exactly what is going on. We have two cups of life, and understand they're not called the cups of pandemic. So, you know, if after 21 months, we're still talking about this, but, you know, when we built the cups of life, we didn't do it for the pandemic. We did it because they were the cups of life. When we talk about things in terms of our knowledge, it's related to space, and it has been worked on for many, many years. So this isn't just coming about within the last 21 months, but it's very handy right now and very important because we're still discussing it. And this is the most important thing. So really, until we deal with this, there's no point discussing anything else, because this is a matter of life and death. And to understand that when we look at the one cup and we have a zinc plate and a copper coil and a nano-coated copper coil, there is a connection. And inside that connection, and I've never shown the wires in these pictures because we wanted to represent the fields. And so the connection to what? Well, there's a magnetical field, and then that creates a balance with a gravitational field. So when we look inside the cups, what we have to look at is the interaction of these plasma fields. What causes this interaction? Well, there has to be a connection. And where does this connection come from? And it's a good thing that you and I are not responsible for that knowingly, because when we build these cups of life, the connection manifests into GANs. So this GANs is the GANs of connection. And that GANs of connection is a susceptibility based on the pattern that we've created. So there is a transition between the matter state and the plasma state, and there's a transition between the plasma state and the matter state, maybe. And so when we look at the cups of life, we created the GANs. Now, when we have the GANs, we've created a different energy level. So now we have two fields with a connection. And with that, we created another GANs. So now we have three fields with a connection. And from that, we created amino acid. And we know when we create amino acid, we also create water. And then there's another element that is tying us in to this planet, and that is calcium. So we actually maybe have another GANs in there. So when you look at all the things that we've jammed in this cup, it's a wonder that the glass around the cup doesn't break. But when we look at the second cup, all these things are happening in the second cup, but we only changed the zinc plate for a copper plate. And we did the same thing. We have a magnetical field and a gravitational field. And the reason I'm repeating all this is because many new knowledge seekers need to know, and it needs to be explained in a clear and concise manner, because I don't know what it's like in your community. People in my community are able to contribute almost 35 seconds to learning about this science. So, and the reason for that is because we are involved with an emotional and physical connection. And so there's an interaction, and then there's a relationship between the two. But we'd like to keep these apart if we're dealing with a pandemic. So the scientific documentation shows that we can build up the field in these cups and elevate the energies to the point, we talked about jamming all these things in the cup. Well, if we didn't expand, the cups would break. But the plasma does not see the matter state. It goes right through. And so it extends beyond the glass. It expands beyond the glass. So we'll talk about that more later. But try and keep the cups apart, 1 meter apart, if you're dealing with this guy here. If you're still dealing with him, understand that we have the scientific documentation that shows 99.86% success. And so we're wondering, why is it taking so long to deplete these energies or convert these energies? And but what I do know is we make the connection. We understand that the emotional and physical aspect are, wow. Mark, are you able to hear me?
It just went in and out a couple of times. I thought maybe you muted, but I didn't see it mute, but we lost your voice. I was seeing the speaker move, the microphone. It's good now.
It's good now? Okay. For some reason, there's a slowness on the internet. So just keep an eye and please bear with me. And anyway, I shall carry on. Are we okay? Yes?
Yes, we'll let you know.
Okay, thank you, Mark. So when we have this balance between our emotional and physical energies, it creates a MAGRAV condition, and that is part of our essence. And when we say MAGRAV condition, that means we have to have both the magnetical and the gravitational relationship. And then there's a third component, and that is the soul. The soul comes in and affects the emotional and physical cup, but then within each cup, we have a magnetical gravitational relationship and a soul. And then the combination of the three cups have a magnetical gravitational relationship and a soul. And what we've been talking about is how that relates to our point of view as plasma beings. But as our point of view, we are in contact and connected to an earthbound point of view. So we brought in the inertia cup, which we changed it to nano-coated copper coils. two of them, and a nano-coated copper plate. And the same thing happened. We had a magnetical field and a gravitational field. We just changed some of the components. You change some of the components, you change the conditions. You change the conditions, that's all part of the environment. And that's what the cups of inertia are doing. They're enacting with the environment. Our environment happens to be Earth. So on Earth, the connector is the iron. And so we just substituted now the copper coils for a zinc coil and an iron coil. And this is the cup of the Earth. And it too has a magnetic field and a gravitational field. So now we look at the connection between the top three cups and the bottom two cups. And this is part of the 5-cup system and set up in a vertical stacker unit. And the combination of which, so it's the interaction of the cup of soul, the cup of the emotion, and the cup of physicality, which represents us. And then that is in conjunction connected to the cup of inertia and the cup of the earth. So now we have a connection that when we start with to create the principal matter, it's the energy that is flowing throughout the universe, which we call the PM ticks. And they go everywhere. They travel in energy packs and they go everywhere on their own and in different field strengths and different flavors. And they come together when they have a connection. And so in that connection, we convert all of these energies into a plasma field, which constitutes antimatter, dark matter, and matter. And what we call the principal matter, the transition matter, and the convergence matter. And that creates a gravitational condition, which we call a maggraph. And that maggraph, our maggraph, interacts with the Earth's maggraph, and that is a field now interaction, and that is the essence of inertia. So when we looked at all the different fields, and depending on our point of view, because the Earth's surface is curved, and actually the whole universe is curved, we find that energies can converge and diverge, and it all depends on our point of view. But within the ranges, we find that when we go from a higher state to a lower state, we lose energy. So there's a binding, and that's the byproduct of the reduction in energy. And there's something that allows us to go from state to state. So there's a connecting force there, and that is the connecting force between the plasmatic fields and the physical fields. And so we found that the connections are in part of the antimatter, dark matter, and matter. And these are all plasmatics, and they can manifest into physicality. Not necessarily so, but they can. And that's one of the beauties on this planet. And when does it do that? Well, it all depends on susceptibility. And once the susceptibility is right, then there's a conversion. So we have our soul, we have our physicality, and we have the connection, our emotional connection in between. But there is a duality. And this is another point that we're missing, because energy flows both ways. So when we have a duality, that means there's a transformation of energy from our soul to our emotion. And then once we get into our emotional state, then we have a physical transportation of our body, and we can go wherever we want within the range on this planet. And so this was all part of the skills to learn. But are we only restricted to this planet? Because when we look at these rules, we find that our planet is actually traveling through outer space. So although our range of motion is on this planet, indirectly, our range of motion is through this space. It's just that we're using the Earth as the vehicle for transport. So the Earth is our transport vehicle through space, and our body is our transport vehicle through around the Earth. So there's another question then. Can we connect directly to the space? And so why not? Because when we look at how we are created, where does all this come from? What is the connection? So we talked about star formations, and one of the most important star formations was the hemoglobin, which we talked about recently, and that is because that anchors us to the Earth. But that is the anchorage that brings us, and we know that iron is a metal, but that brings us to this Earth, where we begin the creation of amino acids, which are the building blocks of life. And these amino acids, which are carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen, none of them are metals. So we understand metals as something that attracts. So our whole understanding of attraction has to change. So we understand attraction as being magnetical, but now we understand that when we get into the nanotechnology, that all the elements can be magnetical. In fact, the magnetical gravitational relationship is the essence of natural plasma. So how do these elements come together? And each of these elements, when they come together, there's a connection. So we looked at the principles of connection, but really, where does that connection originally come from? So we can see that everything has a point of view. And why this is important is because the energy is flowing around. So when you look at your point of view, you see energy coming and you see energy going. Now, you discern what you see. You interpret what you see. And you restrict yourself to what you can see. Do we need to restrict ourselves just to that? And unfortunately, we don't. So this is because energy is always in motion. And when you look at a vacuum in outer space and you say, well, there's nothing there. Well, no, I'm sorry, nothing is nothing. There's lots there and it's full. But how big is the field? Well, that depends. So that depends on the connection. So when we look at energy in motion, we say it has a charge, a positive and negative. But what's going on in between? Like what is connecting the positive to the negative? So, you know, we could say there's an infinity loop, but seriously, what is connecting that together? Because we're not discussing, and that's the point. When we start building a dimension, we have to start with a point to begin, and then we add a second point and we make a connection. So interestingly enough, we can grab one end of this and swing this around and kind of pivot things around. And if we continue doing this on a regular basis, we will eventually end up with a galaxy. And I was like, holy cow, you know, we just started with a single point and now boom, we're talking about galaxies. And, you know, this is way more than I bargained for. I just want to, you know, get my tiny little perfect world organized. Okay, well, the way we organize our world is when two forces come together. So we've seen how the PM ticks come together. They create a rotating field from a little dance. When they come together, they want to dance, and that dance creates a rotating field, and then it builds up a structure where you have the X and Y axis. So we've gone from the galaxy to the point of origin. And then we look at, oh, well, when we look at book number 3, The Origin of the Universe, where we see that 1 multiplies by 2 by dividing itself. And then we look at our tiny little perfect world, a little red dot in the bottom right-hand corner, which is under quarantine. And the interesting thing is, our tiny little world is incredibly tiny. Now, as we walk on this planet, it seems like a big world. but it's incredibly tiny when we compare it to the rest of the universe. And this is the point. Our tiny world is connected to the rest of the universe. But what I want you to notice is the difference, the difference in size, even on this picture, which is not to scale. But the universe is vast and expansive, and our tiny little perfect world is not perfect, but it sure is tiny. In fact, it's even micro. But the thing is, there's a difference. So what is keeping our Earth so tiny? So there's a strong energy there that is keeping it tiny. And that strong energy is related directly to how vast the rest of the universe is. In other words, what I'm saying, there is a connection between the tininess of the man's universe and the vastness of the universe. This is the fundamental principle of the Trinity. So let me read this. We all know that when the PM ticks come together, they create a little dance. It's a rotating field. How strong is that rotating field? Well, that's dependent on the speed of rotation. So the speed of rotation of the plasma, and in physical science, we refer to this as an electron. The speed of the rotation of the plasma, the electron, is dictated by the amount of the magnetic fields, which are transferred from the large twin plasma of the proton to the plasma of the smaller twin plasma of the electron. So what we're saying is the size. Are we okay, Mark? Are you hearing me okay?
Yes, someone just opened their mic. I muted it. No problem.
All right, thank you. The size difference is based on how strong the big field is and how weak the small field is. So, in other words, there is an elastic relationship between the two. So when we look at our universe and we see that, well, it isn't exactly round. Well, neither is our planet. We're kind of flattened at the top and the bottom. So, you know, our universe kind of looks like an egg. And in fact, our planet kind of looks like an egg. And so these lines that you see at the center, these are the principal universal lines, magnetic fields. And the energy comes from the inside and goes out. When it comes to the outside, it has to turn around and come back in. So from the center, which is the gravitational component, the energy has to go out to the boundary. That's the magnetical. So we said with respect to Earth, that would be the difference between the ground and the sky. When you look at the energy in motion, it would be from our core to the outer boundaries of our universe or our solar system or whatever we want to make a relationship to. So in order to understand how that energy flows, because this is a two-dimensional diagram of a three-dimensional concept, let's take that point that we grab and we swing it around from left to right, and that becomes what we call a point sweep. Okay, and then we see the gradients in between that point sweep, which are these gravitational fields, and they are of different strengths. They are of different sizes. When I say sizes, in terms of radius, in this picture, because it's only half a picture, it's in terms of radius. But the point is that there's a rotating field and there's a difference in strength. So we see the same kind of construction with what they call UFOs. They're only half a flying machine based on a star formation. But what I'd like you to notice is that they're pointy at the ends. One moment, please. So pointy at the ends, as opposed to being pointy in the middle, they're more curved in the middle, flatter surface. And so from our point of view, whether you're on the left or the right, the only person who knows that's you, because it doesn't really matter. What happens is the energy that goes around is representative of a rotating field. And so before I get into this connection, I would like to jump to another connection. And that is, I think you're all familiar with the capillary effect. You know, when you spill some liquid on the floor and you want to pick that up, you grab a towel and you kind of dip it in the liquid, and you can see the capillary effect, how the towel sucks up the moisture. Well, we find the same thing with siphoning, where you create a siphon hose between two bodies of water. So let your imagination go here. These are two big tubs, and this is a siphon hose. And we've sucked the water through the siphon hose. And we had to do that because initially there was only air in the hose. So we wanted to move the water from one side to the other, so we sucked water into the hose. And we had to expend energy to do that. But interestingly enough, once we filled the siphon hose, we created a water bridge. And so what happens is that the water can flow between the two tanks, and I don't have to siphon anymore. And there's an interesting thing that happens is that as the water level goes down, at the point where the siphon is broken or the water bridge is broken, then the action stops. So something starts the action. So in this case, if I was siphoning the water and I had to suck the air out of the hose, that was the start of it. And when we ended it, and that was because the water level went down, now instead of sucking water into the hose, air was being sucked in, and so the siphon stopped. So there we go. That's how we stopped that bridge. But what is the connection? And so when we looked at our daisy and we understand how the daisy is creating protein, but when we create protein, we create water. And what's interesting about the daisy is that we have in this picture two components. We have a core component made of this gold colored formation and an outer form of white petals. And so somehow, some way, there's a connection, first of all, to create the core, second of all, to create the white petals, and third of all, the difference between the core and the petals. And then, you know, there's also something that is stopping it at the end, right? Because we have to start it, connect it, and stop it. And so how does that work? And so, which brings me to the subject of daisy chains. And the reason for this daisy chain is because it creates a cascading effect. And we hope to be able to talk about that more in the future. But this cascading effect means that if we take these two containers of water and we put them all in series, and let's say we start with 2 containers. So in this picture, I put 6 containers, and I put a siphon hose in between them all. So if I have a source which is bringing the energy in to fill up the cup on the left-hand side, then all the other cups in the daisy chain can remain at the same energy level. So in other words, we do not need to set up these cups at different heights. When we set them up at different heights, then they have different gradients. But if we set them up at the same height, then they all have the same gradient. So how do we get this to flow? So what we have to do is we have to have some kind of energy coming in other words, maybe pumping water in, and we can daisy chain all of these cups together, and then the energy would go out. The daisy chain is the connection. And as long as there's energy coming in, and as long as there's energy going out, that connection will maintain. So when we're looking at this connection is a maggrav, because the coming of in and the going of out is the magnetical gravitational relationship. So we have something on the periodic table that we call transition metals. And we are using them as connection metals. That's what transition means. It's a connection metal. And so that's what we're talking about today, the GANs of connection. And these transition metals are basically inside this box. And what I want to draw your attention to is the 3 that we've been talking about most commonly. Copper, zinc, and iron are inside this box. And we find that the amino acid construction materials, being carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen, are not inside this box. So somehow, when we create a cup of life and we put in these metals, we put a copper coil and a zinc plate and a nano-coated copper coil, and we create GANs. So these transmission metals are transitioning energy from one level to another level. And once they create that structure, they draw in the amino acid. And these amino acids are not part of these transition metals, but they're in fact a maggrav condition, very stable. And so this is the point. Somehow, some way, there's been a connection. And we used the wires in our devices, but do we have to use the wires? Are there ways to connect without using the wires? So what I want to draw your attention to is the fact that these metals, and we understand metals, first of all, generally speaking, we say that they're magnetic. Well, some metals are not magnetic. And like copper, for instance, is not magnetic. And then others are shiny and some are dull. So they have different characteristics. So depending on where in this periodic table, and I don't want to get into it in this class, you're welcome to go and do your research, but there is an organization. So these metals have different characteristics, but they also are different between shininess and magnetism. With the plasma science, we find that everything's magnetical. Everything's magnetical. So we have to change the playing field. So one of the things that we're using to change the playing field is these transition metals. Why am I bringing this up? Well, this is the best picture that I could find. If you've ever been driving down a long straight road on a very hot day and you see the shimmer at the end of the road where it actually causes a shine. And you know that as you're driving down this road, this particular road is made out of asphalt, and you know that asphalt doesn't shine. But as you get closer to the horizon, you see that shine. So with the transition metals, we call that luster. And that luster has to do and deals with a turn. And the horizon deals with a turn. And for some of us who say follow motor racing, one of the popular features is the hairpin turn. And so sometimes the cars are coming down a long straightaway and they have to go through extreme braking to make the hairpin turn, which are almost down to, relatively speaking, stopped. And then sometimes they just use the momentum of the car to make the turn, and then they hammer down on the accelerator and accelerate out of there. So that's the fundamental of the hairpin turn. And so, you know, what's our point of view? Are we coming or are we going? Well, let's go back to these principal universal lines. So we're saying the center point is the gravitational point, and the outside point is the magnetical point. And on a two-dimensional drawing, we're just going to focus in on the end point. And so we know that there's a rotating field in all three dimensions. Let's just look at the rotating field on a two-dimension. Say we go for the left, follow the charge in motion, follow the negative charge, comes to the right, and now it has to have, and it's going at a phenomenal speed, right? These electrons are going at a phenomenal speed where these energies are going, and they have to slow down to make the turn. And when they make the turn, they have to speed up. So in other words, at the turning point, at the hairpin turn, if you will, they have to slow down and speed up and turn 180 degrees. And so what happens is, as in certain metals, when they flatten out, these turns become sharper and sharper and sharper. So when these turns become very sharp, these metals are become very shiny. And that represents the luster of the metals. So when you find very shiny metals, you find that the north-south distance of the poles is very, very short, but the east-west distance is long and it's very sharp. And so it becomes like a hairpin turn. And that's what you're seeing at the end of the road on a hot day. The shimmering effect is the luster, is the shine. That's a shining from the angle. And so if we have to make this turn, and as this flattening begins, or continues rather, the distance between the incoming and the outgoing narrows. And that's what would constitute a hairpin turn. Well, the energy that's flowing is negatively charged. So the negative energy that's coming into the turn is negatively charged. While the energy coming out of the turn is negatively charged. Oh, wait a second. Similar poles repel. So what does that mean? That means that this hairpin turn may have to be adjusted into a little fat turn, okay? Because these negative poles, when they come together and change direction, they actually are going to be repelling. So as they're converging, they're going to have to be repelling. So they come in, then they go out, then they go around, then they come in, and then they go out. And, you know, first of all, how do they change direction? And then how do they do this and maintain this connection of the flow? So one of the ways it can do it is like the siphon effect that we found. Once the energy is coming in and there's a continuity of this energy, then the outflow pulls the inflow and the inflow pushes the outflow. So there's a relationship between the in and the out. Okay, so I understand that swings us around. But because of the repulsion of the two poles, something else happens. And so we know when PM ticks come together at different directions, we already know when two forces come together, they form a little dance and they create a rotating field. And this dance and rotating field is the connection. So in other words, as the energy comes in order for it to turn around, it has to pick up a connection and it picks up a field. And that field sends it around. And then when it comes out, it has to come out at a different direction. What direction will it be? That depends on susceptibility. So it's going to come back into the principal universal line as opposed to going away from it. And so that determines the boundary. That determines the end. So the connection is coming in. To maintain that connection, it has to go around and then go out. But it goes out the way it came in, but not in the same path. But the energy goes two ways. So there's another energy that has to come in. So we could be having a collision here. So just a moment. We got to bring some safety into this picture here. So you're all familiar with a safety pin. And one of the things that makes the safety pin so unique is the springiness of the metal. And so we were able to take that metal and wrap it around in a circle on one end and bring it out to the other end where we have the clasp. Okay, so this springiness that you see with the rotating field at one end is the way this energy is moving around at this point of meeting, shall we say, the tip of the hairpin turn. Okay, so when we put these safety pins together, you see how they really come together. And the reason they are staying together is because of the clasp. So there's a hook, there's a connecting that is bringing these springs together. And then when we bind this energy more and more, we find that these energies that are coming from all over the place, the size of the rotating field at the springy point is very tiny. But the combination of all of them coming together is very large. So there's a relationship between the inside spring and the outside. So if we release this hook, in other words, explode the picture, we need to have more room. So if we open all of these up, then you can see how the spring opens. And now we've broken that connection of the loop of the spring, and we have a path in and we have a path out, and we have a connecting path in between, which is a rotating field. Now, if we increase the energy of this field, we find that something has to happen when we bring more forces together. And if these forces are in opposite directions, then something is going to give. And so these forces are not going to collide because there's a magnetical gravitational relationship. So when you have two poles, they repel. When you have opposite poles, they attract. So if these forces are coming together and they are of the same charge, then they will repel. And so you have a change of direction. Now you understand what happens with the water molecule. So if we review the water molecule and we said we couldn't figure out why the two tiny hydrogens could balance off that one big fat oxygen. So for the purposes of discussion, we could say this water molecule is a magrat. And so we know that the hydrogen is negatively charged. And so that's the direction that it wants to go in. But the whole water molecule is a magrat. Well, when you look at an ocean, you can imagine how many water molecules there are. And the thing about it is that these hydrogens that are on the outer edge are not fixed. They're in constant motion. And when they're in constant motion, that means there's a springiness to them. So in other words, what we're saying is that the energy is coming into the oxygen and going out to the hydrogen. But because it's a two-way street, it comes in from one, goes, say, comes in from the left and goes out to the right. And it also comes in from the right and goes to the left, right? Because it's a two-way street. But if the energy is coming, say, on one wave, where the two hydrogens pull apart because of the springiness, they will collide with another water molecule. And if those two water molecules are expanding at the same time, they will crash into each other. This crashing together is what causes waves. So this is why you look at a metal and, you know, it'll have a shine because it's flat. But the only time the water is flat is when it doesn't have extra energy that's coming in, which is usually comes from the wind or from currents. But the thing is, when the energies come together and they crash, they can't go into each other because they're both negative charge. So there's a crashing. And so in between these two expansions, you will have motion in another direction. So when two forces come together, if they can create a rotating field, then they create a magrat condition. But if they come together to collide, then they have to release the energy in another direction. So in other words, there is a relationship between the central point and the outside point. So let's look at another example here. And I know it's a hard picture to see, but what I've done is I've taken this spring. It's like a little slinky toy that you can get at the dollar store. And I wanted to put this bottle in the center. So it kind of looks like a water molecule, doesn't it? And I'm actually using the magnets here as weights, dead weight. There's no magnetic work here. But what I want to show you is that the inside and the outside diameter is almost the same. The difference is the metal that's in between. That is the only difference in the size. Now, these are springy metals. So let's say we release the spring. So we find that these fields come together and they wrap themselves around this bottle. We're looking at this bottle from the top down, so you're seeing the cap of the bottle there. And so the inside core matches the radius of the bottle. And you find that the outside core is larger than what it was before. So in other words, as the center core got smaller, the outside core got larger. Well, let's see if there's any consistency in that. Let's remove the bottle. And so that's exactly what happens. As the center core gets smaller, the outside core gets larger. And we find that this happens through the field rotation. The faster it rotates, the higher the field strength. And how many times have we seen this on the plasma reactor group? Rick has shown a field where he's put it through a high-speed rotation. And the faster the rotation, the center core got smaller and smaller and smaller. And so the energy from the rotation went higher and higher and higher. So we now have a relationship to the strength of the outside field directly related to the strength of the inside field. So this becomes what we call the GANs of connection. Now, how small can it go? Well, obviously, it can't continue. It stops at a certain point. And what is the determining factor? And then you look at the outside field, and it stops at a certain point, and it slows down and has to come around and go back the other way. And what is the determining point? So the strength of the outside field is directly connected to the strength of the inside field. And this is only in 2 dimensions, but we know that this goes in 3 dimensions. So now we know that there's a connection there, but that connection goes beyond the 2 dimensions. So in other words, when we look at the infinity loop and the interaction of plasmas, we can see, for instance, we know that the amino acid has an interaction between the 4 components of the being carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, and hydrogen. And then from that, we create a DNA and an RNA. But we find that they are interacting perpendicular to each other. So in other words, when these forces are coming together on one plane, and as they grow and as they increase, they have to exchange energy on a different plane. Okay, and this is what we see with the Earth. Same thing. We have a northern rotating hemisphere and a southern rotating hemisphere. But although that these 2 hemispheres are rotating in an opposite direction, and then you have your x-axis, your field of your rotating field, you have your y-axis, which is your polar field, and then you have your z-axis, which indicates the strength of the field. What keeps all these fields together? So there's something that is connecting everything together. Okay, and this GANs of connection allows us, for instance, to be connected to space via the Earth. It allows us to be connected to our significant other through love. And it allows us to transcend between matter state and plasma state. So the connection, in other words, can be on the same plane, can be on the same energy level, or it can be in between energy levels. Now, it can also be between ranges. And then between ranges, it can also be between dimensions. So there aren't any limitations. And the point that I want to say is, so this is our tiny little perfect world. And the reason it's so tiny is because the universal power is so great. Our Earth is tiny because the universal power is so great. And our tininess is unnecessary because the way we keep that tininess is by draining the energy. So we can make a different connection, and there is a way to do that. And it all has to do with how energy is moving from positive to negative, giving and taking, flowing. And binding. And so here, this is a binding energy. And this is what's keeping us in quarantine here. If we want to participate with the rest of the universe, we have to understand the principal interaction of flowing energy. And it's a two-way street. energy. It's always in motion in two directions. So when we look at how we feed ourselves, we know there's a destination, us, that's our destination. But we know that there's a source of energy, and that's the universe. And when we look at the size of our tiny planet compared to the energy of the universe, and we see the difference, and then we look at the size of our bodies and we compare that to the size of the earth, and we see the difference. Now you understand why we as plasmatic beings have this tremendous dynamic transfer state, because our size as a destination is incredibly tiny compared to the energy of the vastness of the universe. So why are we drawing energy from ourselves when the universe provides? When someone asks you about plasma, just tell them it's a kind of energy state, and it's very, very important. And all things work in combination. There's a pushing and pulling of magnetic and gravitational forces, and they create a balance. And from that balance, there's an energy in motion. But in order for us to enter into the universe, into the universal community, there's another rule that we are ignoring, and that is the ethos of the universe, which involves morality, compassion, and courage. And there is a connection. And the reason for that connection is because life wants to live. Well, if life wants to live, why does it want to do that? So I say, well, why is not the question? Why is the answer? There's a dance of connection to making life want to live. And with the plasma science, we are now able to make that connection because we know how to convert energy and restore our emotional and physical vitality. So when we feel as if we discovered something and we're so proud, understand that, when you arrive at a destination and someone is already there, and you're not the discoverer. Okay, so let's not be too bold. If we want to understand how things work, we need to be a little bit more humble. And the reason for that is because when we get even smaller, then we can get larger. And you can't get larger if you're already too large. So it all depends on what you want. And so this is all part and parcel of the learning about soul transmutation. And so we understand that there is the soul of the man and the soul of the body, and the two interact, and energy is flowing back and forth. So within the soul of the body, energy is flowing from the soul of the body to the body, and it goes around. But we also know that the energy flows from the soul of the man to the brain, which controls everything else. And so there's that transformation. And then there's a third link, the connection between the soul of the man and the soul of the body. And we really haven't fully explained that, except we do know that the emotion is the main connector. And so how do we work on that? And we have to have a trust in the universe. And we cannot tell the universe to shut up, because the universe deals in reality, not in make-believe. So when we look at the stacker unit, that is a perception of reality, where we see two fields come together, they form another field, any other field. That is the manifestation, and it's the plasma that leads to this. It's the plasma feeding that leads to the manifestation. So the manifestation doesn't have to be just tangible. It can be non-tangible or visible or non-visible. So plasmatic or physical. So we call the difference the conversion from dark matter to light matter. But understand there is a plasmatic reality and a physical reality. And whichever reality we're operating in, that is the form artifact. So the emotion of presence is also a form artifact of the energy in motion. But the strength of that field is determined by what you give your time and attention to. So when you look at something and you say, well, I've discovered something, understand what's in it. When you look at the surface, you're only looking at the superficiality. You have to look at the substance. The quality of that field is determined by the strength of the field. And it's the strength of the field that determines the quality. So when we seek energy at the expense of others, and we do that through double crossing them, through deception, we find the universe doesn't work that way. If that's how you want to operate, then you're going to be very lonely. The universal community draws energy from the greatest source, and it brings it in, turns it around, and gives it out. And this energy is constantly in motion. And it is the connection with the universe that keeps this energy flowing. So that's all you have to do, is you figure out how to that, turn on to the energy of the universe and drop out of your physicality into your soul. Let your soul direct you. And that way you provide the pattern, you get the energy, and you actually don't have to do anything. This is how we are the connectors, and we have a tremendous amount of energy because of this relationship to the inner field and the outer field. So as messengers of peace and friendship, we at the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute have put this public plasma science into the public domain. But in order for us to be successful, in order for this planet to be successful, it has to understand the merits of the World Peace Treaty, where we not only sign it with a pen, but with our hearts, because that is representative of our physical and emotional harmony, and it contributes to our physical and emotional vitality. So as we gain this knowledge how energy fields are manifest, then we find out the truth. And as truth seekers, the question really becomes, can we become the difference makers? And so the challenge is there. We have the dynamic plasma state within us, and we see the vast universal community around us. In order to connect these two fields, plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. Thank you. Thank you all so much for listening. Thank you, Mark. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Alex. I'm not sure I got everything. If you could bring those those safety pins back up, maybe I can ask a question. But while you're doing that, if there's anyone here who's here for the first time and you'd like to introduce yourself to us, where you're from and who you are,
Yes,
feel free.
I am.
No, we know you.
I have a question for Alex.
Go right ahead.
Alex, you showed the cup of life and the gravitational and the magnetical field. Yes, thank you. Can you bring the green circle and the blue circle? I think there is one of, yes. It's okay, it's okay. When you see, you said the inner gravitational and the outer is magnetical. Actually, when you run the reactor, what you will see? Do you see the nano-coated release the field, or the plates which is releasing the field? I have a purpose from this question, and 100% I know your question. I know you you know the answer, but it is for the knowledge seekers to understand what's going on.
So yes, it's a very important question. And so we know that there's a difference between the coils and the plates, right?
Yes, and there is a difference between the nano coating and un-nano coating.
Right.
Okay. what we notice that the unnano coating, which is releasing its molecule to the environment, due to the gravitational field of the nano.
Releasing its what to the environment, you said?
Its body.
Okay. It just broke up. I didn't hear that. Okay.
You didn't see that the zinc plate with the time will be vanished?
Nano coated?
No,
No.
the plate. You didn't notice that
It'll give itself up, yeah.
Yes, yes. So in this case, the negative and the positive, it's very, very important to understand it both ways in the physical science and in the plasma science. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Zero. So just to restate that, there's a movement of energy between the physicality and the plasmatic condition, and what is causing that movement is this connection. So we haven't been talking about that connection. We've just been talking about the direction of flow and the strength of flow. But this connection is very, very important, because when you ask yourself the question, what are we doing on the plasma science? Well, we are plasma beings. So what are we doing at this meeting? So this meeting has a connection. And why do we keep coming every week? And why do we keep learning more and more? And why are we excited to learn more and more? Because actually, as we say, the knowledge brings the truth. So there's a connection there. But the truth brings you peace, okay? Because the truth, you don't have to cover up the truth. If you want to cover up the truth, then you have to expend energy to do so. So you expend less energy by discovering the truth. This is just mind-boggling why we're having so much trouble understanding this. So I would like to make another point on that. Would that be okay, Mark?
Yes, of course.
So I have brought in this, let's see if I can, where are we here? Oh, we've gone too far. I see. Okay. I'm getting my seminars confused. So let's say here we have two forces that are coming together, and wherever they come together, that's kind of where they are, right? I mean, there's no reason for them to come here, except they're here, as opposed to being somewhere else. So what is unseen is the relationship of this plasma field to something else. So when we look at the universe, and we could get to see the what we call the manifestation of physicality with respect to the universe, but we have to see that there are fields that are working together, and these fields are not visible. And the reason we know there is because our universe is there, and it didn't come from nowhere. It came somewhere, and wherever it is, it was based on some kind of energy flow. And for the vast majority of us, we don't have the equipment to see what is going on a, shall we say, a macroscopic basis. So when we look out into the universe, you need a telescope or a research center to see what's going on. And then we need someone with the intelligence to interpret that. So when we look at the fundamental principles of the Trinity, then we know from our science that there's a relationship between the electron and the atom and the proton. Then the combination of the two create the atom. But the explanation was never so satisfactory, simply because we could see the field going out, but we couldn't see the field coming in. And we know that there has to be a field coming in because, hello, there's a field. So, and if, they say, well, what goes around comes around. Well, okay. Well, what makes it go around and what makes it come around? So in other words, to go and come back, it has to stop and it has to start. Okay, so there has to be some kind of link, and that link is the Markgraf condition. So that means in order to come in, it has to come to a field, and it has to go out, it has to go out from the source. So this rotating field on the outer edge of our universe is the plasmatic field. So, Mark, I'm trying to directly answer your question. In order to maintain this principal universal line magnetics, that's a Markgraf condition. At the outer edge, in order to turn it back around, there has to be another Markgraf. A Markgraf within a Markgraf, and they work together. The size of that field on the outer is going to be determined by the overall size of the field of the Markgraf condition. Our universe is so mature that it is so well organized that the only problem child is really our little tiny perfect universe, which we call Earth. And it is it's not working properly, right? It's working counterproductive to this. So we are breaking the connection, in other words. So we want to make the connection, and so we have to understand how the energy flows. The energy comes in and the energy goes out, and there's a connection in between. So what are we? Are we the energy coming in, or are we the energy taking it out? Or are we the messengers? Are we the connectors?
No, I was just having a trouble understanding with the safety pin why you have this circle at the bottom. It would seem like the plasma could easily turn that corner. And now you're saying it has to make a complete circle and then go back around. Is that what you're saying, or am I missing?
That's exactly what I'm saying, because when you have two negative charges, you're not changing the charge. It is still a negative charge. So you have two charges that are the same, so they repel. So when you come around that corner, that charge on the other side is the same charge as you, so that charge is going to repel, isn't it? Well, if it repels, then it's going to have to go a wider circle. Okay, but it doesn't. Okay, it turns very nicely. So there has to be an additional force to tighten that. And that additional force is the Markgraf condition. So you don't need a big fat Markgraf at the ends. You can reduce the size. And this is exactly how the safety pin works. So you've got two things in this safety pin. One, look at the shine of the metal. That's your luster. Two, the springiness of the metal, right? That's the convergence of the energy fields around the rotating field on the right.
And why do we have to understand this? And why is this important? to understand?
Well, if you don't understand this, then in order for us to get this energy, then we have to steal from others. We have to stop stealing. We have to understand how the universe is connected. I've said this before. We are interdependent with everything. So when we look at the plasma science, there's a direction of flow, there's a field strength. You've got your plasma at the center core, and the position of that is determined by other plasmas. And the interaction of those plasmas is your dynamic plasma. So what is the determining factor? It's the connection. There is a connection of force that is unseen. And, you know, we're all from Missouri, right? If we don't see it, we don't believe it. Well, you understand the safety pin and how it works. If, let's put it this way, you have a springy metal and you want to create a safety pin, you can just bend it, can't you? But some genius figured out, hey, if I put an extra rotation in the endpoint there, I will really have a lot of spring. And then all I have to do is to bring the two ends together and lock it in. And now I've got my safety pin. This little basic safety pin explains to you how these transition metals work. You have luster, you have tensile strength, springiness, and you have a rotating field.
I'm probably still a few classes back with the X, Y, and Z axis. X being rotation, Y being polarity, and the final one is the field strength.
Okay, well, the green diagram, that's your field strength, how big that is, okay? That's your field strength. But there's at some point, the energy has to go around. Maybe if we go.
Yeah, but it's not the matter state. Why does it, why are you equating it like it can't make the turn or something? Or it can make the turn, but you're saying it needs.
Well, how about look at this daisy?
Okay.
Look, okay, look, the center core is round. The petals are flattened out. There's a rotating field around the petals, isn't there?
So you're saying there's a magrev at the tip of each one of these petals?
That's what I'm saying. Thank you very much.
Okay, well.
Why would the energy come back? And then you see how pointed the petals are.
I thought it only went out to a certain point and then would automatically return. Some would go out farther, some would go out less far and turn back in to the center. But you're saying like a water fountain, not all of the water goes straight. Some of it only goes a foot and back in to the center. So you're saying they need a magrev to turn?
That's right. You need yeah, you need a magrev to turn. Because it's going too fast. You know, if you think, see, you can have a rotating field around this gold-colored core, okay? And you see this is all made up of a hexagonal formation. But, you know, if you really look closely at this hexagonal formation in the center, you'll find that it is in a spiral form. They're not just in round circles, but it's in a spiral form. So this is the way the Earth goes around the sun.
So there must be millions or billions of magrevs just within this tiny, for that to happen in all
You'll
these
get a-
different positions,
Okay,
for the
you get
fields to
an
turn around and come back towards the center.
you get an A+.
Yeah, but I don't get it. I mean, not really.
Well, you just did. Well,
I know,
if you
yeah.
you okay,
Yeah, I
when
never
you
thought about that. I just thought the field went out and reached its point, depending, and then turned back. You know, the fields can
Yeah,
only
why?
go out so far.
Why?
Yeah, right. Why did it turn around? Right.
Well, that turns around. Why? Because the daisy is smart enough to know how to build. Okay. I don't think the daisy went to university to learn this. I don't think the daisy spoke to mommy and daddy daisy to learn this.
Right. So that
I
makes-
think this
go
is
ahead.
the strength field of the daisy. How much it can give, how much it can take from the environment.
Why isn't the whole daisy round and gold? You know, why are we bringing in these petals? And these petals, I mean, the way they're structured is totally different from the hexagonal formation in the center.
You have three field forces in this picture, like a skin of the man. Every strength take a position, how much it take, how much it give. So and depend on what this flower need. And that was a question I did want to ask. Is this showed the totality of the flower, what this flower need or what this flower emit?
Yes.
How we see it?
Yeah, no, this is what the flower emits. Okay, because what does the flower want to do? It wants to procreate, right? And so it creates a pollen. And what does it want to do? It uses the insects to take the pollen from one plant and take it to another plant, right? So it uses the insects. How does an insect know to come? Is it an insect or is it a moth? It doesn't matter. You know, like something is attracted to this particular configuration. And so how does it do that?
But don't forget, the flower is very jealous, more jealous than than the.
Nobody is as jealous as the human. You know, we're jealous of what the other has when we all have the same thing. It just doesn't make any sense. Okay, the reason it doesn't make any sense is because we're looking at too small a picture. You have to look at the big picture. So you look at the strength of the universe and you see the weakness of the human. And the human is not weak. The human is far more capable. The plants can't walk, but they know the rules. We can walk. We have more capabilities. We can walk, we can talk, we can do all sorts of things, and we can have a lot of fun. Okay, but the way things are on this planet right now, it's not a lot of fun. But it is fun because, as Mr. Kesh says, you know, we're talking about the Corona dividend. You know, some countries are having that dividend being really rubbed in their face, and it's being manifest through the number of casualties. You know, fortunately for us here in Canada, we don't have that number of fatalities, but you know, that could change. I don't care what happens that way because we understand where the energy is coming from and we know how to regulate it. And every day we increase in those skills. So, you know, as we keep coming and gathering more knowledge, we better know more. So that's the connection.
So when you're using cosmic rays and things, there must be no magrev there to turn it around back to itself, or maybe there is. I know it's return. Well,
wait a second.
maybe I'm mixing
No,
myself up.
no, 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 no. There has to be a marriage. There has to be a reason. Okay. So, you know, maybe these cosmic rays, they're not attracted to you, you know, but that doesn't mean you don't have attracting characteristics. So you attract what you need and what you want. There are cosmic rays that are attracted to what they want. So when we look at the universe, there are it's boundless, and that's the point. So our actions are binding us to this planet, but we know that we can go in other places. Now, that energy that we can see that is creating that universe is not visible to us, but we know that it's there. And thank goodness for that, because as dumb as we are, and if we can't see it, we don't believe it. So you look up in the sky, something is there. So there's your proof. Now, just because you don't understand it doesn't mean that it's not there. It is there. Okay, so why is it there? Because there's a reason. And so we don't know the reason. That's why we are all knowledge seekers, to learn what these reasons are. And so when we see that there are forces of connection that are not visible or not tangible, and that we understand that we were born. And so whatever we've done from the time that we were born has been a combination of the plasmatic and physical reality. But before we were born, it was very much a plasmatic reality only. Okay, so there's a connection between that. So how do we make that connection? And because we don't trust in that connection, then we say that connection doesn't exist. Well, you better trust in that connection, because our explanation for being here otherwise has no answer. And our explanation for the universe being there has no answer. So we see that the strength of the universe is what gives us the strength. We have a bountiful capability. And I don't know the amount of energy that we have within us to create us is what, 18 Hiroshima bombs or something like that. So it's a phenomenal amount of energy that is bound up within our physicality. And it's governed by our soul, which continues to govern us because it continues to make that GANs of connection.
Okay, as I said, is there anyone here who would like to introduce themselves who hasn't been here before? Just tell us your name and where you're from, perhaps. I was just looking at the center of this yellow, or not the center, all these little round circles, and it almost looks, look at they're so perfectly shaped, and it almost looks like a space gap.
No, they're not round. They're hexagonal.
They look kind of round. They're hexagonal.
Yep.
But I was just noticing the perfect spacing there. It seems.
Honeycomb.
Yeah. And then like it's almost wrapping around itself in a way. And maybe that's just an illusion.
In a spiral field.
Yeah. Well, there may not be any newcomers here today, or they're just a little shy to open their mic. Is there anyone else who'd like to ask a question or bring up a point, perhaps? Mernez, you have your mic open. It could be open by mistake. I'll close it for you. So if we're transiting from one point in the universe to another, we certainly don't want any magrevs, do we, in the way to turn any fields back? Or is this a whole different topic and a different subject? You wouldn't, you'd want all the fields to arrive at the point of destination. You certainly wouldn't want any turning back to the origin, would you? Or again, I may.
Oh,
be
what that
missing-
would be, yeah, can you imagine, eh?
Yeah, you come out with a half a leg or something.
Well, that, I'm thinking back to the Philadelphia experiment, and they actually did have those problems. But you see, that part of the science is not new. That, like, we've gone so far beyond that. So when the Universal Body Enhancement Unit was first introduced, we called it the Model T. To kind of represent its position in terms of advancement, even though it was well advanced. But I think it's going to be quite shocking when we look at the overall advancement, because many of the so-called problems that we have on this planet are going to be resolved and rectified because of the changing of the field strength. And it just, what's kind of holding us back is really this peace dome, and the reason for it is just strength, field strength. So frankly, if I may, and this is, maybe this is where it's really becomes appropriate. Gotta get back. Sorry.
And I think that was capillaries, what you were saying earlier, rather than capillary. Yeah, this is the picture that I was thinking about. And how the
Well,
field
this would be
turns.
matter state. This would be matter state, very compact, very, close together. If you were to open up these, you need more space, right? If you want to go from this to this, you need more space. But as these forces come together in the center, where are they going to go? If these forces come into the center and they collide, where are they going to go? They're going to go through a different dimension. So we see that with water. When waves collide, the water goes up, right? And when the waves are going apart, then you get a trough, right? Where the trough is below the water level and the wave is above the water level. And so this is where you see energy coming out, and it comes on a different, on a perpendicular form. So the rotating field is your x-axis, the collision in the center, if you will, is your polar axis, and the size of the field is your field strength. And when this goes out, how far does it go? And you see, well, it has to go to the end. Why does it go to the end? Oh, do you think it's that magrav on the end there? Do you think it's that magrav around here and at the end? And then, of course, the other picture I wanted to show you was this one. So you see the radius of the inside, which represents its strength, is directly related to the radius of the outside. So if the field strength is the same, then the magnetical gravitational relationship individually has to be the same. But if we increase the rotation, then we reduce the size of the inside field and increase the size of the outside field. We still have the same magrav though.
So if there were no magravs along the way, the fields would just go straight out and the entity or the energy would just not be there. it would go someplace else. Each individual, let's say, ray or field.
Yes,
If it doesn't turn back, right, there won't be anything left.
Right. So the turning back MAGRAV is the point of connection, the destination point.
Well, as somebody I knew who was 90 years old, and they would say, I've got more behind me than I have ahead of me in the matter state. We know just the opposite in the plasmatic state. There's much more ahead of us than we have behind us, but we do need to build a very good foundation.
That's a big point, you see. That's a big point. So, you know, if you have, you know, a lot of money, and you know, where did that money come from? So it came from others. So the more you have, that means the others have less. So at some point in time, if that trend continues, and you know, this is what they're always asking us to do, they want us to do more and more with less and less. And so eventually we can do everything with nothing. And you know, unfortunately, if that is your goal, to have all of the money, then eventually you will fulfill your goal, and then you're going to be very unhappy, because the whole process of accumulating this money is what gave you the joy. But you know, at some point in time, you come to the end, and there's no money anymore to be gotten, so you can't come back around. So in other words, you end up being very lonely.
Okay, I don't want to keep the mic myself. Is there anyone else who'd like to bring up a point or something they have a question about this teaching?
I would like to share. I would like to share something,
please,
if I can.
You want the screen?
Yes, and let's see if there is some money equal to this picture. What I'm gonna.
So I'm going to stop the sharing.
I don't know if you.
Well, as the
No,
scientist
I don't think you need.
Money won't make you happy, but we all have the right to find that out for ourselves, don't we?
Yes. Just look at that.
Naomi.
We all know what this is. We see a damage to the side of the brain. We see part of the brain missing. Exactly in the back of the eye position. Blind and part of the brain missing. This is after an accident. This was a murder attempt on my life, which Fabio and Naomi got involved in. And this is the brain of Naomi. CT scan of Naomi after the accident. Part of the brain was on the street. One eye blind. And this is Naomi. And doctors cannot even find where the piece is missing. When you understand the power of the technology, we don't need to talk. When you look at the videos, you cannot even find what's missing in the brain.
I think we need to spread these pictures. Let all the scientists, let all the people see if they can match part of this knowledge.
Can you
And
put the
it is-
background back up, please, someone? Or how did this picture come on the screen? I'm not sure. Thank you.
It is there, free for everyone. I hope they understand what is behind it. Thank you, Alex.
Well, there's a lot behind it, as we know. I was listening to the teaching of Mr. Kesh on Friday, and he said, with the conventional nano coating, we can't even reach the speed of light. So there's a different type of, well, transferring of energies past the nano coating, or that hasn't been taught yet. So yes, there's way more ahead of us than we've learned or we've absorbed. And these things will be continued to be taught out of Tehran and out of from the Kesh Foundation. And if the world leaders want to use this universal body enhancement spaceship unit, please pledge your nation to peace. The faster we can do this, and maybe faster isn't the right word, the faster you can avail yourself of this new technology. I always wondered how I got here on a Sunday afternoon studying magnetic fields. I couldn't imagine it 5 years ago or 10 or my whole lifetime that I'd be interested in understanding and trying to absorb more and share more of this huge, huge knowledge that's being delivered on this planet. It's a huge knowledge. And thank you for being here as well. Obviously, you're a knowledge seeker and you're looking to understand more about yourself and the universe. And perhaps the soul is the one that's brought us here, the souls, for this time in this place, in this position. Misty?
May I add something? Yes.
Of course.
Hi, this is Misty from Michigan. I just wanted to add a little more to the vertical friends of ours. And you were saying how they don't talk or walk, but I believe that that's the magnetic pole that they're using, the bees, and they're using their legs and giving their plasma need to survive. So a little help from our friends.
I noticed you put something in the chat as well. Tulip bulbs won't grow again if it is cut while in flower and not allowed to die off, making its return. I didn't know that.
Yes, you might get a couple ears, but no bloom the next year. But that's it. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, Martin, go right ahead.
Hi. I'd like to make a quick comment. My name is Martin Medina. I'm from
Yes, sir.
Corona, California.
Okay.
Ironically, Corona. So, but anyways, hi Alex, how you doing?
And
Nice to hear from you.
that makes 5 people from the United States. We're doing well. Thank you, Martin, for joining us.
Thanks.
If it wasn't
We're
for
doing
the
well.
international community, I think this meeting would look rather small, but it isn't.
Right, I'm glad to be here. A quick comment. Has anybody used the #1 cap GANs as a first aid spray? So the other day I cut my finger doing garden stuff. And so I went inside, and sprayed it with the GAN so it wouldn't get infected. Surprisingly, the bleeding stopped. And I didn't put a Band-Aid or nothing like that, but it was healed within a day. So I just wanted to comment that same thing happened to my son. He cut his finger with a knife inside the house. I sprayed it with GANs and the bleeding stopped and it healed within a day. So I was just interested and surprised that that can happen.
Martin,
Is
are you referring to plasma water, not the GANs itself, correct?
Yes, sorry. Yes, the plasma water from the
Cup number 1.
cup number 1. Yes.
Right, and we know there's always fields within the water. Even if you let it settle for a week or a year, there's probably still fields available in the water. But yes, or GANs, let's say, in the water.
Correct.
But for the most part, we let it settle until it's very clear and just use the water portion of it, not the GANs itself.
Right.
Okay.
Right. I was just using the water.
Yep.
And surprisingly, the bleeding stopped.
I know Leanna had mentioned something like that recently about something that healed over, and I think she was mentioning the CO2 cup rather quickly, or it could have been a burn that she was referring to, that it wasn't going away, but she used the plasma water and certainly cured, or not cured, but skinned over rather quickly.
Yes, I was just surprised that would happen. I just thought I'd share that. Thank you.
Thank you. Corona, California, is that near, is it San Francisco or LA, or where are you located?
It's 20 minutes east of downtown Los Angeles.
Thank you again for joining us, and hopefully you'll continue. Have you just
We're
discovered this knowledge, or have you been around the foundation for some time?
I've been listening on and off since 2015, 2016, when we first started out with the McGrath unit. So sometime back, I just haven't really put any effort to it until now. I've been trying to be a distributor, but there's no products available yet. So I'm just hoping and praying we can do something better.
Well, just your presence here is very good.
And I've been sharing GANS water with everybody, like a gallon at a time, see what's happening. And the latest I can share is my father-in-law had the vaccine, and he's been deteriorating slowly. And I don't know whether his age, he's 87. So I don't know whether it's his age that's deteriorating or the vaccine that's deteriorating. But he seems to be doing better using cup number 1, GANS water.
Yes, the plants love it as well.
Right. Right. So far, so good.
Yes, it's interesting that I've shared the plasma water recently in the last few months with a couple people who had a need for it, let's say, and they reported very good results, but it seemed to stop there. No interest in continuing forward with it. Like, tell me more, I need to learn more. It was just, they got better and they continue on their journey, which is fine. It's all depends when the soul is ready to interact.
Yeah.
But at least they're aware of the technology. And as it becomes more and more, they'll come on more and more. Just like you were just dabbling in it maybe, or playing with it, or didn't think it really worked, or maybe it was coincidental, something along that line. But as more and more come out, I think more and more will gravitate back towards the foundation. We just put a seed there, let's say.
Right. They're becoming less skeptical and believing more. Yeah, I would agree.
There's also an interesting test you can try next time. Just try regular water to see if you get the same result. Perhaps it was the interaction with the plasma that initially upgraded your ability to heal yourself.
Well, when you put regular water, you kind of just wash it out. Your cut, you wash it out, but it'll still keep bleeding until it coagulates. But when I put the GANS water, it coagulated almost instantly. It stopped bleeding within like 20 seconds. I mean, it wasn't a severe cut, it was a small cut, but needless to say, it did stop bleeding.
From what I meant to say is that so the zinc nanomaterial that's present within the water at
Right.
some point, it's as if the information on your intention is kind of uploaded to your body on what you want to occur.
Oh, I see.
And so like when you speak with your father, or when you talk about your father, is it if it's touched his emotion, where we believe a lot of illnesses begin, or
Derive
the
from,
causations come from a lot of from emotions, then you can see how in a way he may be healing himself through the knowledge that he didn't intend to seek out, but was given to him, and your intention also that followed that.
Right, I see. Yeah, that's possible. So in other words, we have power we don't understand.
Or
Right.
we had forgotten.
Or
Right.
even the cup, Mr. Kesh said, we made it to look simple, but it's not simple. There's a lot going on in this cup, and it would take man hundreds of years to understand
To
it.
understand.
Yeah, so there's a lot more going on in these cups than we understand at this point, but we can still use them.
Right.
Fried, yes, go ahead, Martin, and then Fried will be next. He has a hand up. Fried, you don't need to put your hand up. You can just come right in whenever you would like to, whenever someone
for-
else stops. But please continue, Martin. It's nice to hear your voice.
So my mother-in-law, she has arthritis in her hands, and when she sprays the GANs on her hands, it seems to be helping her. Whether it's again emotional on her part or just
That's
simply it's going
nice.
to work, it's
That is
helping her.
very nice.
For me, that's all I have to share. Thank you very
Excellent.
much.
Thank you very much. Very positive. And hopefully you'll join. Stephen, you're also in California. Are you anywhere around LA or in a different location? I'm hoping different knowledge seekers will eventually start to link up as we come together more and more, and as more knowledge seekers appear.
Yeah, I'm in the area.
I'm
in the air. I'm all over.
Okay, yes, your soul is always present. Yes.
I want to say Like is in LA somewhere too.
Say again.
It's best we stay semi anonymous, I guess, as Mr. Kesh told me. You know, some of the things that you say bring attention to you, so you may want to just not say too much.
And I think we have Ike in the region as well. So Ike has been doing some distributing. So if you, Martin, connect up with Ike, maybe you'll make a friend there.
Okay, I will research that. Thanks.
Yeah, you could send him something in the chat here while you're both together. Just a suggestion. I'm not saying you have to do that.
Right. It would be a good idea. Work together.
Yes, we do need more Americans getting on board. For some reason, they just don't, even when they see the technology with themselves, they just seem to, okay, I'm better, and move on. Not a lot of interest yet, but it's building. And I'm sure there's a
lot of suppression.
tremendous, yeah, there's a tremendous amount of interest in the government layers for sure. I'm sure they've been working since they received the key day and night on this in certain areas, in certain labs, but haven't been able to unravel it because they need to sign the peace treaty. This is the key to getting the keys.
I think there's a lot of suppression in this area for some reason. There was some gentleman commenting about GANs helping out the coronavirus on the radio about 6 months ago, and that came and gone, and nothing happened from it. It got a little bit of attention, but it wasn't much. It was like maybe a 10-second radio comment, and that was it. but I haven't heard much GANs in the US yet.
Well, if you think back, we went all the way to the press club and in DC, and that was an interesting exercise that we went through back then. So
Yes, as we heard from Mr. Kesh earlier, what I played there, we've gotten ravaged a few times, but now we're smarter. So, and we don't always tell everything. Some of the things are staying in the background, but the world leaders and many people at the highest scientific level are well aware, just like the rabbis, the imams, and the ayatollahs are well aware of who Mr. Kesh is, I think. And that was another funny thing. He said, after I die, the people on this planet will know who I am. I thought that would all happen before time, but perhaps not.
Another quick comment, there's no money in it. So that's why people are not interested in it. You know, they're not going to be millionaires doing the Kesh Foundation stuff. So I think that's probably why the loss of interest.
Well, many people have made lots of money on this technology, as I understand it, but that's not what it's really about. But there's, and the Kesh Foundation as a structure will be one of the most powerful corporations in the world within the next 5 years, and within the top 10. So there's plenty to be made, but I don't think it's for ourselves. It's to be put back into the foundation so that more knowledge will come out over time, but not to deny yourself a good living either. We want to have a comfortable living. There's no problem with that. You don't have to take all your clothes off and give it to the poor or anything like that. We'll live a very comfortable life.
All right, I understand that. We need to maybe coat your houses in gold. This way everybody will come down and check it out.
Oh, yes, there's going to be a lot of shocks coming in, but they're all going to be positive and hopefully towards the right direction. Free, did you want to come in here or are you still with us? I'm just going to look for you.
Yes, I'm with you. And my comment is about what you can do. You don't even need plasma water or something. What I did before I even heard about Mr. Keshe and McGrath and whatever, accidentally one day I put my, when I did a cut in my finger, not a too big cut, I put it in my mouth and then it healed almost immediately. It coagulated, but we know now that the mouth is a GANS environment. So we don't even need the cup when we don't have it handy.
That's a very interesting point. Yes, it's just like what Mr. Kesh was explaining about the food converting into energy and back. So there's, you put it into a different environment. And I don't know what actually, yeah, I
GANS
don't know.
environment as I understand.
I don't know exactly what happened there, but very nice report.
So we have it all always with us.
We've been carrying a lot with us, but we just haven't been finding the
right.
key. The keys are in the pocket, but the pockets, for some reason, we don't realize it's there.
And we still have the materials outside so that we slowly understand that it's even not in the material.
Very nice.
Okay.
Anyone else would like to come in and make a point or ask Alex a question, or Jalal, or maybe one of the others? And of course, there is another conference coming up in Austria, I believe, in the beginning of October, is it? Could be wrong. I think it'll be at the new, in and around the new exposition center. Some of these things are going to be for leaders and scientists to demonstrate the technology privately, and it won't be shown to the public. But other knowledge seekers are welcome to go, making advance reservations and so on. Lissy, you have your hand up. No need to raise your hand here for anyone. This is a family, and we can respect each other and just open your mic when you feel led to. Do we need any translation?
Hello, Mark.
Yes.
I put my question in the chat because outside is very loud now, so very rude. So
Can I read it?
the noise. Yeah, please, you read.
How do we, let's stay on the line. How do we identify when our physical soul is permanently in connection with the soul? How do we feel it? Because this connection is most important thing reaching now. Anyone? How do we identify when our physical soul is permanently in connection with the soul? And it is in connection with the soul. They're both aware of each other. There's a relationship there. One usually has the daytime and the other the nighttime, but there is a working relationship already between the souls.
Hi, Mark.
Yes, sir.
As I discussed last week, there's a disconnect. So the two souls are already connected. There's no problem there. It's our awareness, and our awareness that we recognize is really only in the physical state. And so if we're not recognizing our soul intentions, then we are disconnected from that. So we're just operating exclusively in the soul of the body.
Now, they must be aware because one trapped the other, so to speak.
Well, the souls are aware.
Yeah.
The souls are aware, but our interpretation of what the souls are aware is not aware, because we're looking at it from the physical point only. We're only looking at it half the picture. So the only way to maintain half the picture is to actually be disconnected. So where do you direct the connection then to? So you have to direct it more to more of the matter state, right? That's why we're so physical.
Or more of the soul, perhaps, Alex. Directing the energies into the soul will allow the soul to come out, so to speak.
That's right. That's right. And have more confidence and trust in that, because then it's automatic. If you have the trust in your soul, then like the siphon effect, once you make that connection, that energy is moving and it continues to move. And as long as you continue to feed that, then the energy will come in. And as it comes in, then you've created the pattern, then the energy will come out. I would like to, if I may, just extend Lissy's question here, because
yes,
one of the things on this, and I've left this page up because it's a very important page that Mr. Kesh has put forward to, and there are two fields here, and maybe we're not seeing it. So there's a direction of flow from the proton to the electron. So what we're talking about is the magnetical fields that are transferred from the large twin plasma of the proton to the plasma of the smaller twin. So when we say twin, we assume that they're the same size, the same in every way. But they are the same, but one is a mini-me of another. And in order to maintain that, the energy is flowing from the higher to the lower. When that energy gets in there, how does that energy stay? And this is why it has to go into a rotating field. But if it goes into the rotating field, and let's say on this picture now, so you draw an arrow from the proton to the electron, right? And then the field rotates in the electron. Well, which way does the pole go in relationship to the x-axis? Which direction does the y-axis go in relation to the x-axis? It goes perpendicular. So in other words, it goes perpendicular to the original field force. So this magnetical field that is being transferred is along the x plane. And then the speed of rotation increases because the rotating field is constantly getting fed. And then as that grows in strength, that energy has to come out. Right? So then it has to go into the other dimension. You have to see this connection. This is going back to one of your original questions of this business with the paper clip or the safety pin.
Yeah.
Okay, you have to see the relationship between the whole magrav and the magrav at the outer boundary. So in other words, the entire boundary is a series of rotating fields.
Well, that was one of my questions from Friday. If you take the energies of the soul of the man and the energies of the soul of physicality and transfer them to a location, now we're talking the energies, what happens to the physicality? Does it disappear or does it just stay there as a, I don't know, just matter state?
Well, again, Mark, we are on planet Earth, right? So we are, let's say right now, say for instance, sitting in front of the computer. But you understand that the Earth is hurtling through space. It's whipping around the sun. And the whole solar system is whipping around through the universe. So although we're kind of sitting there sedentary, falling asleep maybe, we are spinning around not only within our solar system, but within our universe as well. So all you have to do is figure out what your point of reference is. But we are within a field. And in that field, we're oblivious to the motion that's on the outside. You know, we would, if you've ever tried to do that, it's kind of an interesting experiment. It might make you sick actually, but you try and feel the rotation of the Earth. You could really get disoriented. And this is part of the problem that happens when you wake up. You start to, when you say wake up, I mean like wake up as in wake up to the reality. You lose your anchorage point because your anchorage point is not solid. This happened, I'm going to say my own personal experience. I believed in the physical science. I believed in our society and what it stood for. And then, I believed in the value system. And all of that let me down. So, I was firmly anchored in nothing. I was in the middle of space, really. There was no anchorage for me. So everything that I believed in let me down. And then I was given a, shall we say, a straw to hang on to. But that straw was very strong. Restored my health, restored my wife's health, and eventually restored my understanding of life. And the reason for that was because I had to answer the question, what changed? What did I believe in before, which let me down? And now I am being brought up, if you will. I'm slowing down, losing momentum, and then I had to turn the corner and come back up on the other side. But the difference was I went in with poor health, couldn't kick a soccer ball 10 yards. And then 3 weeks later, I could kick a soccer ball 60 yards. What happened? And then you say, gee, I'm from Missouri, show me. Yeah, well, here, just, why don't you just stand there 10 yards apart and I'll drill a soccer ball at you and I'll show you. But is that what we have to do?
And I'm from the church, and I say it's a miracle.
Yeah, well, praise the Lord, eh?
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 Can't explain it any other way, can he?
Yeah, that's right. Well, so and even the church let me down. So there you go. It was the financial system, the medical system, the church. It's a hat trick. That's all these things that I believed in, and they all let me down when I really needed them. And then a perfect stranger helps me when I least expected it. And then as we all want to be the devil's advocate, said, oh, well, if you can cure cancer, why doesn't everybody know about it? And say, well, why is not the question, why is the answer? So I said, okay, fine. And then I had to learn about life. So some of these lessons that I've been teaching in the last few weeks are from that. And I haven't been able to discuss that because the knowledge hasn't moved forward enough. We have to understand that the ethics and morality is absolutely vital to our progress. It's absolutely right. You can't go otherwise because of the binding forces of the energy, and the binding forces are limiting. So that's the fact of life. So.
Yeah, maybe the church leader felt or sensed you were already cashed out by the medical society, so there was nothing left to take.
Well, like I said last week, there was an excommunication action, and if this is the whole universe, and if you're part of that universe, and then you get excommunicated, like where exactly do you go? And then who pushes you out, and where did they get the authority to push you out? So all that is just a fabrication. They say you're a legend in your own mind. So the one who's doing the excommunicating is actually fooling himself, and that was the breakthrough right then. So you only need, like any theory, you only need to break it down once. And like I said many times, and I'll repeat it again, nothing that Mr. Kesh has ever taught has violated any single principle of physics. Not one, never. The only thing that, we may disagree on is our methods, but, being a North American, we're a little bit more rude.
Well, we think the church, at least the Vatican, knows what's going on, because we were told there was a representative there, a high-level representative at the inauguration of the new leadership in Iran. So they were represented and probably understand what's happening.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, they're not understanding this GANs of connection that I was, talking about today. So, they become victims of their own morality. And why would you want to do that? I mean, especially if you're supposedly knowledgeable. If you become knowledgeable, then you can become reasonable and sensible, and then you can make the connection. But if you can't make the connection, that means automatically you're disconnected. And then if you're disconnected, well, that explains the why, doesn't it? So you're not connected. So don't pretend. You can't pretend. There's no pretending. You can't play poker in the universe. Well, you can, but you're going to be lonely.
Alex, can I try to answer Lisa's question?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Just understand this. We have a star formation of matter state to reach one level in the emotion state. So in this respect, if we have 4 bars of emotion, we will reach 1 bar of the soul level. So if the soul level worked, let's say soul of physicality works with the soul of the man, that means this part of the soul, which one of them receive, it will change it will affect 4 parts of emotion. In this case, my dear, if you cry from happiness and joy and love and care, in this aspect, you achieve the communication between the soul of physicality and the soul of the man. Because the universe worked in this way, giving unconditional in love and care. So I think there is a way to feel when there is an interaction between soul of physicality and soul of the man. And I hope this will answer your question.
Hello, Ed.
Hello. I'm just thinking about, I wanted to respond and with affirmation to what Jalal just said, but I've been thinking since Lissy asked that question, Mr. Kesh has actually addressed this for several weeks since he's been teaching us about this connection between the soul and the soul of physicality. And in the workshops, he's addressed it, but it's become clear that there are emotions. He talked in one of the workshops that there's emotions that we need to learn to define within ourselves. And I don't think that means to define it with words. It means we need to learn to recognize a new type of emotion or something that's there, but that we haven't yet paid enough attention to or been able to define it within us. And to define it within us means we need to become aware of it and then see its result and where it leads. Then he also talked about the importance of detachment. And I think the emotions that Jalal is referring to may be emotions that we haven't yet really learned to define or experience within ourselves. He mentioned love and several other emotions, but each of us, those are words, and each of us has a different experience of those words within ourselves, which we attach ourselves to. But I think it's evident that maybe we need to detach from our current definitions of certain emotions, or all of them that we have experienced, if they haven't brought us to a cognizance of the soul that we know of the attachment, and begin to open ourselves up to these new emotions. I think that the detachment or not attaching ourselves to what we currently, I guess I want to say, believe in or feel, we need to detach in order to be able to go further to experience those emotions that are closer to the soul and that will lead us into that connection. Jalal, does that make sense to you?
Yes, this is what we are learning to achieve.
Exactly.
But in the way that our physicality is structured, we see that it's structured by star formation of the amino acid. And this is in the matter state. When there is interaction in the star formation, it creates free plasma. And in this relationship to the emotion of the man, if we call the physicality is a matter state, and the emotion is the higher strength in this aspect, there is another part which is higher, and this is the soul. So just this is like, it's like a math. If you take 4 parts of the emotion, you will reach a higher position, and this is the soul level. So go back in this aspect. When this part is interact with a similar, and this is, let's say, the soul of the man, because the plasma interact of each other to the similar plasmas interact. So high level of the soul of the man interact with high level of the soul of physicality, then you will see the effect in which is beneath that level. And this is the inertia to the soul level is the emotion, and the inertia to the emotion is the physicality. So you will see the interaction of these. So what you will see, I think a lot of people, they express the emotion part by crying, but it's not always sadness which make you cry. Sometimes very high happiness and joy, it make you cry. It's it's work of the feelings. So I think the level of we reach the soul by the highest in our emotion. What is the highest in our emotion? Is it the sadness? Is it the hate? Is it the anger? Or is it the love and joy and the care and peaceful and the happiness? All of this level of the emotions, which is reach to the soul level.
Jalal, I've asked Mr. Kesh twice about how can we learn to define that feeling of recognizing our communication with the soul. And both times he gave an allegory of looking back at our lives, because the soul is in charge of our lives. Our souls have brought us to where we are today. And looking back at our lives and seeing their pattern to what has brought us to where we are today. That's how we can learn. He said this in relation to my question about learning to recognize the soul. And I've thought about it a lot. I can't say I really understand it, but I know the desires and the impulses that I've had at different times in my life that have sequentially led me to become, closer and closer to this technology and to recognize Mr. Kesh when he talked and the truth of the plasma science and stuff. And so I just wanted to bring that to light as well, because there's something there that's not tangible, that it's not an experience, but it's been in direction of our lives. And if we can look back at that and begin to try to recognize that, maybe it will help us recognize the actions of the soul.
Yes, and there'll be a lot of emotions we're not even aware of and that we will discover in the future, as I understand it.
Right.
So many emotions, we're not even aware of certain emotions. David D put in the chat, and if you're finished, Ed, would you like
Yes,
to?
yes, I'm finished.
Okay, but feel free to come back. Yes. David D said, what is the ego and where does it come from? I would think that could be the soul of physicality, is kind of like the ego, or this lion, let's say, that likes to roar and thinks it's in charge and is the top dog in the operation, but it's not. So where does the ego, what is the ego and where does it come from? Anyone would like? Yes, Shweta.
Thank you. This ego comes from somewhere, comes in and goes somewhere else. And I hope that will be good. And it will be in a form of love. The ego crashes in the form of love somehow. And I will add to Lizzie's question too. Thank you, Jalal. Thank you so much, my dear Alex. Thank you, Mark. And thank you, Ed. I will add that as he said, ego. When, as we know, plasma in action, the ego comes and goes from where, somewhere it comes and somewhere it goes. And whatever it becomes, it depends on the point of view of yours. Is it an ego or is it an energy you don't want, need anymore? That is it. Of this illusion or visible light, you can say. I would add to Lizzie's question that what I do, I want to share that. And that is that I always believe in I am present. I learned, I get this knowledge here to be in the I am present. When even I'm in chaos, you know how the chaos is going from starting from your family. People want to ignore you. People want to say words to you and you don't like it. But this time we go neutral. We go in the I am present. I go like that. And the soul of physicality. When I go to the I am present and the soul of physicality able to see the light, the elevator of the soul of the universal field. And then I am in the elevator and there is a switch of love. I touched the switch of love and the elevator goes up and up and up. What is up? I don't know. What is large? I don't know. But there is so much love, I know. I am experiencing that. And then I become gel, I became water, I became no matter, I become an antimatter. And then I comes up and somewhere and I see the beauty and totality. And so much of the family, so much souls happy together out there in that structure. And when I come back with the same elevator, and I come back in this physical reality, in this visible, well, I say light. I cannot say it is reality or not. I can see like the pearl in the oysters, even in the darkness, the pearl is so shining. And I can see what is going on, what is the energy, what is negative and positive, and what is going to be neutral. And then I wish, and I can wish in the truthfulness, you know, I have seen the truth. And when somebody says to me, oh, you are a dreamer. Alex said in the last teaching, thank you to John Lennon, he sang the song. I say, you must say I am a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. And that is the truth, the only truth. That is the way we are. So this is what I say in the I am present, when the two souls meet each other and becomes universal and comes back with the elevation of the truth and love. You have seen with your own eyes. Maybe it is untangible, but it is visible to you, only to you, because this is your point of view. That is what I want to say. And thank you. Thank you. I have said what I feel about the disease world question, and the ego question is, if we see the I am present, then you are not present in those things you don't need anymore. You are present in the present you want. That is the thing we have to see. The word kindness, the word love, the word care, light, depends on us, depends on the knowledge we are. This is all knowledge around us, whirling like plasma, like Magra. As said, you're turning, you're merging with an energy and then turning. That is a good experience too. Oh, you can see the way within. That is someone somewhere was waiting for you, and you turn from there. And that becomes a Magra position also, a position of love. You turn within with the love inside. You turn. You don't turn towards another thing like that. So there's always the elevator. There's the switch of love. and you are there. That is the no matter you are, and all that matters is it. So it is like that. So this is what I want to share, and thank you all for listening to me. Thank you so much. All the love always. Salam, namaste, salute.
I think ego, we can express it in one word. Ego comes when your left hand see what your right hand give.
Yes, yes, the conscious, more conscious in the matter, when the ego comes. Ego comes in a wise person also. He becomes so wise, as you said. He becomes so wise that he thinks he's the wisest of all. When I used to become angry very soon, earlier, and I judged it in a way that I was angry because of the truth I see. I said the truth, but I was angry always. I said to other people that you don't know the truth, and then that is also an ego. Only I know the truth. Maybe they are coming to the truth. Give them a chance, give them a path, give them a level of understanding. They will come and see. But you have to be in peace to give them the message, and they will come to the level of understanding now and then, somewhere, somewhat, somehow, everywhere. Kind of that. Yes, ego comes in truthfulness also. If you say, I am the truthfulest one, that is also an ego, because everyone is true in their way. So this is, and yes, you are right. Thank you, my dear Jalal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shwan.
It sounds like you're getting a handle on it, and you are changing your position when things, even though you may not be physically moving, you are changing your position when things become uncomfortable, even though you're still there. You're sort of moving into a different dimension, perhaps. Shweta?
Yes, 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 yes. What I want to say that when even the wisest king, I will tell a little story about the Emperor Akbar and his wazir, his minister Birbal, because he thought he was the wisest one. One day he thought that why I have a lot of time. I am the wisest one. I am going to ask question, and he always chosen Birbal to do what he wanted to do. And Birbal knows his emperor is very, very wise. But then one day the emperor did, because of his ego, the wise man with an ego asked a question. Birbal, can you find 5 fools for me? Very, very foolish person, if you see. Oh, Birbal said, my emperor, you want me to do this? To find 5 fools for you in 24 hours, he said. The emperor said, you have to find it in 24 hours. Okay, Birbal said, I'm at your service, my emperor. I will find them. I will come with them in 24 hours. And then the emperor was so happy. So see how wise I am and how good is my serviceman. And such, in that time, he forgot that the wisdom was within him. He shouldn't have asked Birbal for that. But then, because of fun, he became egoistic and said Birbal to go. And then Birbal gone and find a man sitting on a donkey, and on the head of the man, there's a bunch of grass, big bunch of grass on his head. And Birbal asked the man, why don't you put the grass on the back of the donkey? The man said, oh, my donkey will be overloaded. how can I do that? I love my donkey. Even the donkey is bearing the same thing, whatever this foolish man was doing. But he's in his way, he's right. Then Birbal said, oh, please come. I will have some money. I will have some gift for you from the emperor. And the man walks with Birbal. Then he met two person fighting each other. What they're fighting? One says that I will kill your cow, and with my tiger. Oh, you are killing my cow with my tiger. I'll kill you then. They were fighting like that. And Birbal said there was nobody. There was no cow. There was no tiger. And they were fighting. Then Birbal asked them, why you are fighting? The two men say, one man said, when I will pray to God and God give me I will ask him to give me a tiger. And the second man said, I will ask him to give me a cow. And the angriest person said, and my tiger will eat the cow. So they were fighting. How can you do that? Then these two people was taken away by Birbal to handle them gift from the Samrat, the emperor. And the third person he found was a person looking in a lamp near a palace, something. He was searching something in the grass. Birbal asked the person, what are you searching? The man was saying, I lost my ring. Then Birbal said, where you lost your ring? Can I help you? Oh, actually, I have lost my ring under that tree. And he showed a tree with darkness around it. But why you are finding here? Because here is light. So I'm finding it here. So that the man made this comment, and Birbal understand that he may need a gift. So he taken him to the emperor. And then he collected them and came into the darbar, the ministerial, towards the in the arena of the emperor, who was sitting and waiting for Birbal to come with the fools. And then he came with the three people and the donkey and said to the emperor that, my emperor, in your wisdom, I served you. These are the three fools. So the emperor asked, then what about the other two? Oh, my emperor, my lovely emperor, the fourth fool is me. As you have ordered, I have gone to found the fools. That is me. Oh, my dear. Then the emperor said, oh, my dear, I understand what you're going to say next. I understand. The Birbal said, yes, you are the fifth fool. You asked me to search for the fool. This is so easy. So that is the wisdom of an emperor gone wild in the egoistic man, that he can do anything because he's the wisest of all. So then he became fooled by himself, that he was so fooled, even questioning, even giving this service to Birbal. So this is the way we see ego in a way. A truthful man, very truthful, and then he become egoistic. I have seen this in my family. My grandfather, he was a very controllable man and very truthful man indeed. I have seen the honest person, but he was an egoistic person. Because of his ego, everybody is feeling suppressed by his way of behaving, of conduct. So this is what things happen when ego comes in a lovely people, in a truthful people, in a corrupt people, and then waste of everything. So this is what I want to say. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
So Birbal didn't lose his head over this?
Yes.
I these stories are very nice. I hope you keep sharing them with us.
Yes, yes, he lost his mind first when the emperor asked him. He says that he's so wise, but why he's doing this again and again? Because he see the power in this, like that. Yes, because Birbal has found the three, but he knows what the two fools are. So that is, people always knows that. So this is what. Yes, of course.
That was very nice. I think it's your mic. Your mic is a little scratchy.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
Where you said yeah, just mute it. I thought that was very good. You said the man lost his gold ring under the tree, and Beeble asked him, "Why are you searching over here?" He says, "Because there's light over here in this area." So yeah, very good, Shweta. Thank you for sharing. Okay, anyone else would like to come in here? It's approaching 11:30, I think, in Europe. I know Mr. Kesh was up till 4 a.m. on Friday, but he's used to that. I think he sleeps much less than the rest of us. And we can all learn to sleep a little less or a lot less, depending. Anyone else would like to come in?
We cannot stay until 4 o'clock in the morning.
No. Don't forget, you have a class at 10 a.m.
9.
Oh, is it 9? Okay, I thought it was 10.
No, it's 9.
Okay. And Jefferson asked if we could bring in the contest again. I don't know if we've said much. We've said a little bit about it perhaps, but let me see if we can bring this up. Thank you for putting that into the chat, Jefferson. If you'd like to say anything, please feel free. This is the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit that's entered into the Create the Future contest. Rick has entered it in, and he's asked us all to vote if we can. So you can go on this website, and the Universal Unit is probably up to about 6th or 7th at this time. If I'm not sure of the positions. But this is, if we go under, okay, it's already there. Now we'll just scroll down. I guess okay. Let's see, here we are. Okay, we're up to 201 votes. Last Wednesday, it might have been in the 90s or 60s. I'm not exactly sure, but there have been more votes cast and also more views. It looks like it's gone up. I'm not sure exactly how many, but
Do you want me to stop sharing?
Oh, sorry. I didn't share that, did I? There we go. Sorry about that. Yes, here is the Create the Future contest, which is in the medical category, is sponsored by Zeus. And the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit has now 201 votes and 4,744 views. So it's probably in the top 5 for views. There's a couple different ways this is judged. And of course, there are 24 judges that will make the final decisions on which item will win the grand prize. And then I guess there's a few other smaller prizes. So if you can, take a few minutes, register to vote, and vote for the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit, as this is head and shoulders above everything else in the contest. Of course, most people don't know that. They're probably just thinking it's another pipe dream of someone from somewhere. And just wanted to show that. Jefferson, would you like to make any comments?
Hello.
Hello.
Mark.
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. It's Jefferson from Brazil. Just to bring it for those who have not voted yet, it's very important to vote and to share with friends, to help to vote, to bring it to the top, so we can bring the attention for this technology throughout this body enhancing unit that we know that's amazing.
And there it is. Yep. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit has the second most views in the medical category. So it's up to number 2 right now. The first one has 6,900 views, and the spaceship unit has 4,700 views. And let's just go to the number
Yes.
of votes. And let's see where we are. I'm not seeing it here. It was in the number 9 position earlier.
It is number 6.
Let's see here. Okay, here we are. We're at number 6 now. So thank you all who participated in this and cast your votes. And we're only off by 30 votes to be in the number 5 position. So for those who are listening to this in the future or tomorrow or this week, and I think there's another month perhaps, but I'm not exactly sure when the contest ends. Please take about 5 minutes. I did it rather quickly, and if I can do it, it's a simple form. You just have to fill out your information and verify your email. So you can cast a vote, and there's still plenty of knowledge seekers out there who haven't cast their vote. So Jefferson, please continue.
No, that's it, Mark. Just to bring
Perfect.
this issue up
Perfect.
For those who haven't yet done. It's very easy just to make it the login and vote, and that's all, and share with friends, with the other, so we can bring this technology to the most people around the world as we can. So we're gonna be easily, I think, the first, in my view. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you for the reminder, Jefferson. Very nice.
You're welcome.
Okay, anyone else want to bring anything else at this point, or we will play the message to humanity and the final disclaimer, and we'll end the meeting.
I have a question, Mark.
Yes, can your plants vote?
Yeah, can they? If they have an email address?
Do they have any fingers or anything?
I can teach them through the GANs technology to
Yeah.
type.
Yeah, I'm sure. But there are hundreds of millions of knowledge seekers, so hopefully we can stir them up to go on their computer and cast a vote. And you're only allowed 1 vote, so you can't vote early and often, or you can't vote often, you can only vote once. And that's why they want to verify your email, so none of these are skewed. But again, it'll be a panel of 24 judges making the final decisions in the voting, and who will be actually taking. But it's very good exposure for the foundation and for the unit. And hopefully some of the world leaders will see this and cast the vote as well. They may have already done that because they're waiting as well to use this unit because their conditions have deteriorated over the recent period, as I understand. And we won't mention any names, but that's where it is. So unless someone wants to bring something else, I think we'll wind the meeting down. Alex, is there anything else on your end?
I would just like to thank everybody, especially the contributions that we've had today, displaying such a wonderful depth of understanding. I'm just absolutely totally gratified. I'm honored to be in your presence, and I'm honored that you are contributing the way you are, and all of us are moving forward. And I think that all is emblematic of the Ganser connection, which was kind of the connecting factor. Yes. So
Can we spread it 50-50?
Sure. Why not? Yes.
And thank you, Jalal. There is a class tomorrow morning for those who are private students. Even though we're on a break, we're continuing the Deciphering of Knowledge Seekers workshop and a few other things. Mr. Kesh did mention, though, that in what we played today, which was from the reactor group, that if Iran takes over the teaching, that the fees will be closed. So that means there will not be any more fees from the student, and hopefully you can take your fee and send it as a donation to the foundation, if I've understood that correctly, that the fees will be closed, if that's the word Mr. Kesh used. So at the end of this year, everyone can be a knowledge seeker just to join.
Ask Mr. Cash, he's here.
Well, he hears. If he wants to open his mic, he will.
Just ask you.
Good evening. The fees will be borne by the Cash Foundation for the university. So it becomes donation. And if you cannot do it by September, it'll be done by January of next year. It's part of the program which we are working on and will inform as it goes. We still got about a month left before we start.
I think the private classes start sometime in the last third of September, if I understand correctly. I'm not sure of the date, though.
We will release the information as it becomes available, as we can agree with the officials in the university. We will release data and information.
And you certainly do have a lot to release.
It's an old say, says you have not seen nothing yet. This is just the beginning.
Mr. Cash, last teaching you brought the beautiful picture of Naomi. How is she?
I was with her about 5-6 weeks ago. Good. And we are going through because I left Italy. Now we're going back to the last phase of bringing whatever is left to complete and to repair. She's normal. She's normal as we can get her, but there is one thing left apparently, which wasn't completed. So we start a new program on her sometimes in the coming soon to literally clean up the last bit. You most probably see her in public in a very short time, if she decides to be in public.
That's a beautiful news. Thank you.
Welcome. There was a couple of things in teaching you were asking for, which we, what we said in the inauguration of the Iranian president. These are the pictures which are now in circulation, as you can see. That's the inauguration of the Iranian president in the parliament. By law, he has to address the parliament, which is the nation. And you see him in the first steps before he takes the seats of presidency. And this is the Iranian National Parliament. Then you see the representative of the Vatican on the front row in the far right. And this is what we told you last time. This is one of the biggest humiliations for the Vatican ever had to face. And it's cleared up in different ways.
I've been reading there's been waves or new waves of this problem in Iran continuing. I thought we sort of turned the corner on it, or will that come with the new administration?
Politically, we have a lot to sort out, but this needs diplomacy outside to solve the problem inside. And this is the next phase of what is to come. We are not politicians. We do not take part in politics, but there are a lot of things that need to be addressed, and very short time, the first 3 to 6 months, will be addressed by the present government. The last 2 governments in Iran, they have sold, as we say, Not only the shirt, they have sold the underwear as well to the Americans. And this is why we got into this position.
They sold the nation down the river, as they say.
They had no what we call reality to the nation. They had a reality to their bank accounts. This is a problem we see with all the world leaders. They come in to do something in the first weeks of their position. They see so much money come into their accounts by different ways that they come in to literally line their pockets. And this is what it's become. All the recent past presidents and prime ministers, not only in Iran but outside, are billionaires. It's a shortcut to becoming a billionaire, to become a head of a nation, especially a nation with like oil in Iran or United States or United Kingdom or France. They come in as a little bit, but they go out all as billionaires.
What a sideline.
No, that becomes the main line.
Excuse me.
That's, but it has to be sorted one way or another. And go back to the history of China in the past 10 years since President Xi has taken off. President Xi, before President Xi, bribery and corruption and putting people out of their homes and building new apartments and selling it for millions and billions to the government and others was very common. And everything was in black and white. How you have to pay, what you have to pay. Bribery was before the nation. President Xi went for this class of people with the security forces and with the army. People who took the village and put all the village out more or less on the street, and they built the city and they sold the city for billions. And villagers couldn't do anything because they were head of the army or head of the city or mayor. We saw in the first year of the presidency of President Xi, some 10,000 these type of people were executed. And the judges and law enforcement went heavy on them. After 2 or 3 years, they found out the police and judges who were convicting these people, now they're taking the cashes themselves. So they went for them by creating elite forces. And then they found out the elite forces were actually collecting the cream on top of the cream. And so they went for them. Now we have some sort of a very elite, no attachment or trying to keep detached from the finances, and they're going for the head of the head of the head, as I call it. And in that process, we saw some 60, 70,000 people being executed, or the same number as in long-term prisons, lifetime prisons. And then they brought a $500,000 line. If you took a bribe or made less than $500,000, you got a life sentence. Above it was execution. But yes, it's all a problem. The process was very clear last year when, or actually the year before, when China, as I've said before, signed an agreement with a number of countries where those who stole the biggest and escaped suddenly hundreds of top richest people in China the day, week before they get arrested, they escaped out of China into Europe and other places. President Xi signed a contract with these countries on a one-by-one road. You want the support of China, we want to sign an agreement that we want these people back to China to see where the money is, how they did all that. But they give a guarantee that they'll not be executed, they get the life sentence if they get convicted. When they brought the first 10, 20, they start questioning them. How did you know the days or weeks before we arrest you, especially in Beijing, which was the richest of the richest. Then they found out the vice mayor of Beijing, the lady, was informing these people and taking a lot of the money they stole. So whatever they stole, she collected for the information was giving them, and they jumped the country. And when they found her up about 2 years ago, they went to her house. They needed literally trucks and several money counting machine and gold she took from the thieves of the thieves of the thieves. And she got executed within days of finding out. And it was literally a national treasure they found in her palace, the vice mayoress of the Beijing. And we see the corruption goes all the way up, even in military, even in the army, even in more or less head of states. We cannot stop this. It's been a disease with these people who call themselves leaders, presidents, and the kings for centuries. And the clearest one is now. We have the same problem sitting in administration in Iran. We have the same thing in the United States. President Trump came in as a bankrupt billionaire. He went out as a real billionaire. And then we see the same. The British Prime Minister counting has 18 billion pound mastered in a private accounts during the time of his prime ministership. Because his wife was a lawyer, she diversified all the bribes into a special account, and now we see him, he's always kept in the ambassador level, one thing to another, not to be arrested international for a number of big frauds. I can't stop. No one has found the solution to this yet.
Yes, it seems
Even
like.
so,
Go ahead, please.
we even saw the latest last week when the head of Afghanistan was rushing out of the country, how much loot he took with him. Then he was supposed to be the most bankrupt nation in the world, the poorest nation. Forget about what they already banked in foreign banks.
Should we change the currency? Should we change the currency to get rid of that?
I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't make any difference. They all, when they come to power, they change currencies. That's the tradition.
And that's what you had told that ticket seller in the subway in London that was going to go into politics, and you said, no, they'll own you. No, they won't. No, they won't. And apparently they did. Yeah, the money is so big, and as they say in Italy, the money will make the blind see. It's very powerful.
They rely on the greed of the man. It's just that it's just how we'll change it is different thing. How much money will take to the moon and how much money can we sell to man from Mars.
You did say it would help to send these leaders around the solar system for a month or two to see that the money is really worthless, except here, I suppose, and we can deal with that later.
We shall see.
They only fight about money? Do you think? There is nothing else?
Man is power,
And
or whatever else you want to call it. Man is what it is. There's a, as you know, we have announced this situation with the 6th of June of next year. And we have asked a number of nations to start a collaboration. What is interesting is how the governments are responding. And how advanced technologies are needed to be able to reach this. And I was in a high-ranking ministerial meeting with 2 ministers, deputy ministers this morning. And it was amazing how ignorant scientific advisor could change the mind of 2 cabinet ministers or deputy prime ministers, deputy ministers. And when a person who had the knowledge explained that it doesn't matter what your book says, we have systems which confirms what Mr. Keshes is correct, but I haven't read, there is no publication. We offered him 3 books. He said, go and read next time, advise the nation. And the next thing is, he didn't realize that the session finishing, his microphone was open. He was literally asking for a bribe on the line from his meeting. It was very, very interesting. That they didn't realize that the session was kept open by one of the ministries, and we could hear this advisor was literally after bribe. It was very interesting, very, very touching, and we listened to it when nobody said anything to him that your microphone is open, what you're talking in your ministry, we can hear.
Yes, these hot mics can get people in trouble, can't they?
Yeah, but it shows the advisors, the government rely on their advisors.
thank you.
I was explaining this to Knowledge today or yesterday. They're having some knowledge seekers, and I've said this before. When I returned, it was very funny the way that things happened when I went to Iran first time. I was told that after the first payment to my family in Belgium, we cannot send any more money to Belgium from Iran. Which we didn't know how it came about. Now we sit back, we see how everything was set up. Then out of nowhere, where I was supposed to be picked up by the family, it was agreed that Dirk turns up to pick me up from Orly, Paris to Belgium. And they wanted to get into 100 and odd kilos of extra luggage, which I brought back from Iran, a lot of nuclear-based reactors we developed there and everything else. And I was told in the car traveling from Paris to Belgium that the Prime Minister of Belgium has ordered for me to attend his office within 10 days of my return, which I thought is a bit odd that what I call pattern writer to tell me that the Prime Minister of Belgium's office have contacted him to tell me to attend the meeting at the Prime Minister's office. And the strangest thing was, I was told a couple of days before you come and meet the Prime Minister's office, you go and see the Ministry of Energy. And we went to Ministry of Energy. They told us the minister has ordered that you have to speak to Suez, the biggest nuclear power company, French, because they run our energy business. We came out, we walked to the Suez, which is again part of Ministry of Energy, and they said they want to see what technology we developed in Iran. And so I told them, this is, you will never understand, you will never be this close. And then they reported we went down to the office of the Prime Minister of Belgium. And in that meeting, interesting enough, there was a lady who said that this technology cannot be accepted and everything else. And they wanted to see the Iranian nuclear reactor, which is now in, many of you have seen it. That time was a hot potato. So I carried it in a briefcase, I opened it up, I said, it's here, but you will never understand it. And then they found out that the lady belonged to the company which is promoting 1 billion contract with the Prime Minister for a solar system and the windmills. Accepting this technology was, they won't get their cut. But the extent of the bribery in the offices, the prime ministers, was very opened up. It was very clear that time. And this is part of the history of the Keshe Foundation. And we came out of that meeting and there was a lot of pressures to find out what is in this reactor in Iraq. From Iraq. Then out of nowhere, Boeing and NASA wanted to see what is going on. So we attended the office of the Boeing and NASA in Brussels. And we said, if you want, we brought the reactor with us. We explained, no, you can't, nobody has to go outside. We had to take the reactor down, you see in the exhibitions, on the pavement outside Boeing headquarters in Brussels. On the pavement, they couldn't, it was impossible. And again, the whole caboodle behind it was how much bribe Boeing is going to take it to NASA in a different shape or form. And it's been a continuous work, the same. We see it in Keshe Foundation in every dimension and direction with the government. I was asked, and very soon the history of the Keshe Foundation will be recorded in a whole biography to be written. They want to do it that way. And then you read a lot of what we've seen from the world leaders and from the destruction. When I was in China, I was asked to pay $500,000 to meet somebody. When we went to Dubai, we were there 3 years, I was asked by Sheikh Mohammed's right-hand man, you have to pay $5 million to get 10 minutes meeting with him. $5 million to see the second man in charge of United Arab Emirates. These people are corrupt right the way through. Anyway, we all learn from it. I said once to a novice seekers, how much shall I ask them for if they want to see God? That'll be nice.
Are they accepting? They will run away.
It is the way these people are. We cannot help it. We have a guy who's one of the millionaires of the United States. He is a Mormon, and he, by their path of belief or whatever, they can't take any medicine or whatever, and they wait for whatever reason to, if it's going to be a cure or whatever. This gentleman gets a cancer, and that was a time when we put Alan Sterling into prison. And through the publicity and whatever was going on in the area, the wife of this, one of the top richest men in America, comes to understand that about the Keshe Foundation and about the patches and the things. And she loved her husband with 3 or 4 children. And she goes against the path of belief of whatever they did. She puts a patch under his mattress without him knowing, and a patch on top of him in the blanket. Because it was a medicine, it was just a pill. And miraculously, she understood it correctly, and she cured the cancer. But when he was cured completely of the cancer, and she did it herself without telling anyone, she told him that you're alive because of the Keshe Foundation. And this gentleman has a specific way. He's inherited a business from his father, from his grandfather. They have branches and works around the world. And he contacted me and started becoming friendly. And the end of the story was he wanted to see how he can instill the Keshe Foundation technology to launch a generator, because he understood the technology, and with his companies he wanted to build a generator. And funny enough, in past few months, we guided him, we taught him a lot. He has developed a generator which uses partially the plasma technology in his own name, but the cancer has come back. And different way, different things, and we're watching it. It was a very strange way to see how people, even what they believe in, does not come when it comes to money and their health and their wealth. And you hear him, he's a well-known figure in the United States. And he was not supposed to receive anything. The wife saved his life. And he came, actually he flew with his private jets and everything else, just to see how he can instill the technology.
curiosity. Were the initials MR? Perhaps.
Silence.
Thank you.
It's one of the richest moments in the United States.
So how do you envision this being handled in the future while there's still money around and things like this? How do we curtail this expansive network of shakedown?
I have a vision. I have a funny way of looking at this. You know, in old prison camps, people used to exchange carrots for cigarettes or whatever, or they give something to get something. I sometimes think, knowing the nature of the human being, where we put them in a spaceship, some of them will carry these currencies, thousands of notes in their pocket. And some of them will carry the chocolates and whatever else, just smuggle it in. They'll find a way. Let's put it that way. I wonder how they will change these paper monies for these chocolates and everything like prisons, and where they're going to spend it, knowing they never come back to it, and how far they carry these things with them. And would they corrupt the universal community with this kind of behavior? This is as far as, human race will go to do things. There's something you refer to Naomi, how she is. We know Fabio was murdered, and we have evidence. But strange is that people nearer to us knew that this murder is going to happen. I'm going to be assassinated. We have found this in the past few weeks. And closest people to us knew exactly how and which day and when I'm going to be assassinated. And they made sure that they're not there. Italian police have the evidence, we have the evidence, and it's how things will take shape with this evidence, or who pays what bribe for it not to come out. We already received the threat. People close to me, they knew both me and my son's going to be assassinated.
I cannot
You can't
imagine
even-
your feelings, Mr. Cash.
I've become numb to these things. You become dumb when you go through a number of them, and then you see connections one after another, how they've been connected. My son and I, we said this on video because the Fabio and Naomi came out of Valletta. My son and I came out, 4 of us together, and Naomi was very close to my son because both Naomi and Fabio were teaching my son privately in the ballet. He had a classroom of his own, and he was getting educated by them privately in everything else, in Italian and the rest. So they had a very close relationship between him and both of them. We came out of the ballet, 4 of us together, and we said goodbye to them because they went to the car and we went to our car to go home, and it's the same direction. On the videos, which is in the hand of Italian police, Fabio is behind the driving seat. At the point of accident, which is the same road, it's the same direction, they couldn't have stopped because the time is within the time frame. Naomi is behind the steering wheel. Fabio's body is about 20 meters away without any scratch on it. If you get thrown out of a car at a speed of 60, 70 kilometers an hour, you have to have a scratch on your face, on your body. Nothing. And how Naomi was on the seatbelt behind the steering wheel. We release a lot of information in a due course. But the strange thing is, Naomi and Fabio carry on for another 10 junction before they go out to the house. And they were murdered at the junction where I go out. Exactly at that junction.
You was in the same road, in the same way, the same time going.
Yes, we do. We came out together. We were one behind the other. It's all video recorded by it's part of the evidence in the court. The case is still in the court.
You went through this point because you was more in speed?
More or less. We drive bulletproof cars and heavily loaded, but with a special type of, what do you call it, engine. So as I went past, they have missed getting me, they got them.
I remember one of the public teaching, you also drove how it came to happen.
I wonder how much they were going to get paid.
If they can balance the books.
If we don't save here, so when we go to the solar system, how everything will be safe?
We shall see.
Is
It's
there
not the souls which do wrong, it's the physicality which does wrong.
is there a good friend in there too?
No, universe is full of good friends.
So why they don't help us now?
I always said it's a policy of you don't touch. A race has to complete itself.
But it is too much to bear.
It's what the human race have chosen.
Mr. Gashivan, what is the situation with Giovanni now?
Why? He's okay.
But he understands everything that has happened. Does you understand it?
Well, we have discussed it in detail with each other. Nothing is hidden with Giovanni.
Because I thought that he was partly responsible for the Italian production going wrong.
He was, you're wrong. They tried to use him to do that, but he never got involved.
Good.
He's a very correct man. He's a very correct man. Again, in that process, there have been a lot of what is at the moment in the court cases running.
Well, if there are any more in KF, I hope they get sorted out, please.
It was very strange. Just a few weeks, just a handful of weeks after the accident of Fabio, and Giovanni went through the same accident on the same stretch of road. Then he came out alive, but his car was gone.
I don't think you ever revealed that.
Pardon?
I don't think you ever revealed that.
No, but it's the same stretch of road. He lost his car.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Well, the foundation immediately replaced it, but it's just very, very accident. It was a Thursday morning. He was listening to a teaching coming to Valette. The strange thing is everything happens around Thursdays when they know where we are. That's why we don't disclose anymore where the teachings come from. They target us on teaching. As you know, we said it before. Again, on a Thursday teaching, I was supposed to be assassinated live on teaching. And the Italian police unraveled and arrested people. And again, they disappeared the next day. They were arrested in the hotels. And again, very recently, the last time we went public on a Thursday, we don't show where we are, how we do it. While I was teaching, they did the same thing. We open the books with everything is settled.
Please, because I think it needs to come out.
the
Also infiltrations too, please.
No, the infiltrated, we were not infiltrated. We were lived with. They lived amongst us. They lived amongst many knowledge seekers close. It is part of this technology. We touch everything. And somewhere somebody gets touched. And now, one of the reasons we taught the soul teaching was to touch their soul. You can do everything with a physical life, but it cannot stop the process of the motion of the souls through understanding the work. In a very, very recent past, 2 of my close bodyguard protection officers have been assassinated. Same night. And this is for governments to understand how we are fully protected most of the time within range. But again, it was again sold information from his side. A young boy of 24-year-old. Again by the same nation.
I hope we achieve peace soon, Mr. Gash. I really hope so.
We have to see it's the way life is, and people like us take a high risk to change things. It's not easy.
Are you playing soft with them?
Pardon?
Are you playing soft with them?
Soft?
Soft.
I don't need to play. We don't play games. We just keep on doing what we have to do. It's just you, as knowledge seekers, you do your part, we do our part, and there's a lot of things happening in the background needs to be done. And as I said in one of the videos you listened, which was recorded in Ballet, I've seen it last few days. It's been circulating. Believe the same as you do. The dimension of the physicality and dimension of the soul. But we control one over the other, or we try to live both lives. But everything is done against us has been good for us in a way of going forward. I had recently that those who've been actively trying to assassinate, they said we've done everything. This guy is not normal. You got to understand when your bomb goes under your car and you just jump over, how it feels. I've been there. When the hire chase with the gun, they throw the gun when you know they're going to catch them out of the window. I've been there. When they give you the poison and by mistake drink their own poison and get themselves poisoned, I've been there too. When they chase you to kill you on the motorway, I've been there too. When they try to hit you higher speed planes to hit you on flight to make an air accident, I've been there twice. Two times they tried to poison me. When it didn't work in Belgium, they tried it in Italy. Again by the Belgians.
With the white papers, yeah, I think you mentioned once.
Yes, different ways. One with coffee, slowly, slowly. And then with the papers and then soup. I was handed the soup sitting around the table eating with knowledge, and I knew there's a poison there in my head. Said, I know there's a poison in it, but I will not be touched. And the guy watched me drinking it. They poisoned me they poisoned my son in the children teaching. That's why we stopped the children teaching. They poisoned his toys, which was used in the teaching. He came down and says, Papa, I'm going to see something is wrong inside me. There should be no man has the right to do this. Man, it's the way it is. It's a human life.
You mentioned your child, Mr. Cash. Did you get contact with him?
No. Don't know if he's alive or not. But that's in the hand of the courts. You stay quiet.
Wow, delivering technology and peace is a lot more involved than I realized.
This is just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry you had to share that and rehash all that, but I think it's good for the knowledge seekers to hear your depth of knowledge and experience.
We could see problems. Even taking us to Belgium was another setup. Now we realize we are aware of it. I was explaining this to knowledge seekers very recently. We have two people in the Keshe Foundation very close to me on the top. Nobody knows them. And they're the two people who will monitor the transition to hopefully to Universal Council and the Earth Council. The Keshe Foundation on Benadai. We've been trying to get the pattern written in 2004, 2005. And we paid a large sum of money to a patent company in Belgium to write a patent. They took €3,500, or equivalent of it, to write the patent. After 6 months, they said, this cannot be written. This pattern is not there. We don't have anybody expert in it. We said, can we have our money back? He said, no, we read your things, but we cannot write this. So we should know. We are the biggest patent company in Europe. We do what we like. We carried on. We started the initial test phase and doing things because we had everything to go. Then summertime like now, in August, one of these two was on holiday in Spain. He called me and said, I think I have found a company which will finance that we can start working there with the government support. Because at that time we already been evaluated by UWB, University of Brussels, that is theoretically correct. We were already evaluated by the biggest space company in Belgium after 3-4 months of physical, what do you call, evaluation of the technology, circuits drawn, plans done. They call it the first gravitational energy flight system. And then we found out that the royal family are behind it, and I pulled out because they wanted again to charge 100,000 reactor for 1.8 million. I said, this is stealing from your nation. It's nothing to do with you. It's our nation. We do it, but you get your project done. I said, no, I'm walking away. So we are in our process when he said, okay, you come back from holiday to the guy, we go and see these people who there. The company called in nanotechnology, the biggest in Europe now, they become the biggest murder company of the scientists. You can check it. You don't need to know not to miss it. They are in Leuven in Belgium. He called them. They said, you come in, we'll discuss. We went to their offices in this company. And strange enough, later on, I gave lectures in this company to very large number of scientists. They claimed they have discovered a nano, what do you call, Coca-Cola bottles at that time. Anyway, we went to this meeting. There were two guys sitting very normal and was a big fat guy. You know my size, double, triple my size. Me and the two guys sat on one side, they sat on the other side. It was a room about 3 meters wide, maybe 4 meters wide. If they had a table right across it, about maybe 10, 15 meters long. They said, explain the technology, and then we decide if we're going to finance it or not. And I spent 10 or 15 minutes explaining the principle behind it. The fat guy got up and started walking. He was walking, pasting. I said, excuse me, can you sit down? He said, 2 or 3 weeks ago, we were discussing that somebody soon will discover the gravity, and you are here, you discovered it. We are financing it. I said, we tried with the patent company, the biggest patent company in Belgium, but they can't write a patent for it that we can detail it. He said, we have a patent writer if need be, but we want to see the knowledge behind it before we bring the patent writer in. And we organized to see these guys a few days later at our home. You have to understand, when you're a scientist unknown, you have to prove you're correct. So months before, to prove the technology is correct, I started gathering scientific papers. We came from England to Belgium, and in Belgium, with 2 suitcases, 3 suitcases, just documents, because we used to drive from England to Belgium. We already had a house. It was our holiday home. You have to understand, we had 2, like a 10-seater dining room tables, and another one 6 table. You got to imagine about, like, some places 40, 50 centimeter high, on each topic, documents from different research papers confirming every step about the correctness of the black hole. Everything else was put on this table. These 3 people, they came in and they went through it, and they said, we have somebody to write this patent. We accept it, we pay for the patent to be written. And don't touch anything, he'll come next couple of days. He's got to go through it, he's got to understand it. Then if it says yes, he writes it. 2 or 3 days later, the patent writer turned up. Guess who? Dirk. That's where we met him the first time. And guess who was the fat guy? The fat guy is a bastard child of the King of Belgium. We saw the king was convicted, and the girl in London became a prince. This guy is the second one. He's a copy of his father. And they paid him, supposedly, to write the patents which you read, the patents in your hand. And they wanted to know more and more details. And we submitted the first patent. 2 weeks later, we submitted the second patent. When we get to give the second patent, 2 or 3 weeks later, you see the date of the patent, you can see them. And the way coming out of the patent registration office, I saw a pile of documents, and my patent was right on top. I said, what's this doing here? They said the military reads all the patents. If they see it applicable, they hold the knowledge for what they want to do. So they were already stealing technology. And then we submitted this to the Belgian patent, and then on time we submitted to the European patent in Den Haag. And the offices of the patent office in Den Haag wanted to see me. I went to this meeting, and Dirk said, I have to come as well. I said, I'll go and see what they say. No, I have to come as well, because he had to report back to the Belgian authorities. He was truly, we saw at the end, turning up in the court, he was from the beginning the spy for the Belgians. reporting the technology, but we never released much to him. Even he spent a lot of time around. And I went to the European patent. They said there's a committee wants to see him. There were 3 people in this committee, 2 Italian nuclear physicists, 1 British nuclear physicist. They gave me 20 minutes to discuss. In the first 20 minutes, they said, Mr. Kesh, you have discovered gravity without a doubt. But we want to know more. And this meeting went to a couple of hours. And they said, you have to rewrite the pattern that it can be claimed for industrial use, otherwise it's a natural discovery. The British nuclear physicist was adamant that this technology has to be hidden. This cannot come out the way it is. The 2 Italian nuclear physicists were supporting the case to go, and they had to report back to their whatever, which we ended up years later, we found out they reported to the Italian nuclear industry, because we came across them in Italy, in Rome, in nuclear center. And they told Derek how you have to change things that this become a pattern. And then we wrote 370 cases, entries into it, which we paid for it. This time I paid all the national, what do you call it, registrations, and for the European and then national, international, which is the patents you have. And then European patent announced that they would not accept any more patents over 40 claims or something, and they put heavy numbers on it, because after 20 was free, 30, whatever it was. So we have 300 and so many claims on it for in a detailed way. And they try to find out how the key to these patents are. Then I went by the invitation of the Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran and Ahmadinejad to Iran. They found out that there is a discovery like this. We developed the Iranian space program. And what we saw, I explained to you when I came back from Tehran. And then they tried to understand what was inside this reactor. We never showed it. And I hid it a way that we had every night they're trying to break into the house somewhere to get access to this. But it was hidden somewhere, very safe. And on the 25th, we announced there is a magazine, Electro something, which is a Dutch, very well known. They wrote a few articles about the new technology, and they said we organize a conference for you in Eindhoven with the Philips. Then the Philips accepted this conference or this exhibition to go through because my father was one of their ex-directors. And as you know, we announced there were 700 seats. Seats were sold within the first couple of hours, no more seats available. And when we attended the conference, half of the seats were empty. American Embassy bought the seats to show it's a failure. And on the 26th, where we were supposed to show the first flying car in Eindhoven, on the 25th, again, the Belgians turned up with the police and nuclear specialists, because my lab was in the house. And they said, you carry nuclear material, you're going to show something in Holland tomorrow. I said, yes. They said, where is your nuclear material? I'll show them. Instead of confiscating it, they put it in the box, they locked it, they sealed it. I said, if I'm wrong, why are you sealing it? You can arrest me. And secondly, take the material. No, you will understand what we are doing to you. I said, this car is going to be shown tomorrow in Eindhoven that you can fly. I said, do you have a flying license? I said, no. He said, the car stays. I said, okay, no problem. We went to Holland. Knowledge seekers were new, was going to show something. They were disappointed. The next week, on Saturday, we were giving on the 3rd of December another lecture in Belgium, near the city of Ghent, with a guy in his center with about 120, 30 people. It was jam-packed against everybody against the wall. We couldn't get any more people in. And this guy, you can read about him in Belgium. He went against vaccination and they took him to parliament. They said he's mentally blah, blah. They wanted to put him in mental institute. And we did a lot of research with him and his partner. She was a scientist, worked with us. And in that conference, I knew somebody is leaking information inside close to me. But we couldn't say how and how. We couldn't. Now we know who it is. It's gone for past 12 months. In the morning, Saturday morning, I said, I want 200 black bags. I said, why? I said, I want 200 black bags. I went to a wholesaler down the road. I bought 200 black bags. Put them in the car. And in the afternoon, we went to the conference to give the lecture. I gave the black bags to the guy at the reception. I said, anyone who comes in, you have to give them a black bag. He said, why? He said, anybody in the room, without the black bag, is not allowed it. They gave black bags to everyone. Everybody sat down. There were literally, I think it was about 100 seats, but there were 130, 40 people in the room against the wall everywhere. And we have a gorgeous knowledge seekers in Belgium, very loyal, extremely loyal. I said to them, before anybody comes in, no one allowed in. We brought the Iranian nuclear reactor. Nobody has seen it before. Both of them now, you see them in the exhibition center. If you come to Linz, it's already put in the center in a flight position. And we kept everything in a suitcase. When people came in, I said to them, anything electronic you have, telephone, mobile phone, cameras, has to go into the black bag. Everybody was obliged to do. Dirk refused. I am not putting my camera, my telephone in my bag. I said, Dirk, in. He got up from next to me, went to the back where the entrance was, and he started shouting and shouting. I said, Dirk, phone in the bag, you're not going anywhere because you've never seen this. What we're gonna explain. You've seen it coming from France, you've seen it with your Prime Minister's office, but nobody knows what it is. And he went out, they literally pushed him out because said, everybody's doing it, you have to do it. There was a deaf guy says, I have electronic earpiece. I said, everything in the bag. And put the bag in front of you. Then I said, you know, last Saturday, he came to embarrass us. Today, we show you the Iranian nuclear reactor and we'll bring you to shame. That's the 3rd of December, 2011. And we showed the nuclear reactor and this explained the technology. He came back in, he went outside, we could see him standing outside the auditorium, shouting and howling. He couldn't report to his bosses. And from that point, we had no more contact with Dirk. for 2 or 3 years, for over 2 years, till more or less when I wanted to write the book number 4, and he started calling and making things that whatever happened, blah, blah. We knew this, one of the sources was there. And if you check, I said Iran will show the power of this technology to put you ashamed for what you did last weekend to us. And if you check, Iran the next day on Sunday the 4th captured the American drone to give a good, what I call hiding to the Americans and the Belgians for what they did in Eindhoven, which President Obama said, can we have our toy back? And in that conference, we showed to the Belgians and a number of people from outside, they came to that conference, the first time they could see the white reactors using. We have never opened these reactors in public till the knowledge seekers came to Italy, and one of the knowledge seekers, which is a Belgian spy who poisoned me with collaboration of the people close to us, they saw inside, but they still couldn't find out the trigger point because one of the knowledge seekers broke his reactor. And this is how we were betrayed from every direction. And after capture of American drone on the 4th of December 2011, we decided that the technology has to go public to governments. It's not going to stay with the Belgians and Americans trying to tighten down. And in early 2012, I have a number of friends as ambassadors, close friends, trusted friends. I explained to them, this is a technology we developed. They said our country needs it. So we put it on the key, we gave it to them and we announced it. And then the Americans in November, by the time the Russians and the Chinese had it, asked for this key that you have given to the other nations by the instruction of American president. On the second day when Obama was elected, we received a call from the embassy. I said, I don't accept the call. In writing, I accept. I received a call at 3 o'clock European time. At 3:47, we received an email from the embassy that with the instruction of the President of the United States, the embassy requests the key which is offered to all the nations, and the Americans that have been offered would like to have the key, which, because they knew this is how we captured the plane. And we met on the 17th of November 2012, where we gave the key to the Americans, and I told them, you know, it's going public, it's going to become an embarrassment. Said we all calculated everything, Mr. Kish. And I put the key out. I said, you want the key of the Iran nuclear space technology? We want to talk peace. I said, it's impossible. Ahmadinejad says he's not going to do it. I said, Ahmadinejad doesn't speak on behalf of me and the Iranian leadership. We want to talk peace and technology and against peace. One hand the key, one hand the hand. They said, okay, we accept the key, and we start negotiating. And the negotiation is what you see, 5+1 today. On the 4th of December, (2012), on a rendezvous which was organized for Hillary Clinton to meet with Ahmadinejad privately Ahwaz airport. We shut the airport down. The private jet of Hillary Clinton landed. On the landing. There was a deliberate explosion inside, done by Hillary Clinton lover, Israeli defense minister. One American CIA close protection officer died. Hillary Clinton had a massive head injury. The private jet which brought Ahmadinejad to airport, we communicated to Americans they wanted her back in Dubai to fly her immediately to Washington. From Dubai to Washington, she was flown back with a massive head injury. I sent a message to the White House. This was not something which is in our hand. Your people have done your job. And here we offer the technology, what you saw for Naomi, to the American president, that if anything, the technology is available. I received okay from the Iranian leadership, offered the technology, we want to carry on with the peace. This is an accident nobody had any control with. Then we found that the Israelis did it because they didn't want the peace talk to go ahead. And the White House responded, if we cannot do anything, if we need your technology, we fly you into Washington. Stand by. They managed, if you saw it, from 4th of December 2012, Hillary Clinton disappeared out of the radar of politicians. And then we saw her when she stood for becoming the first woman president of the United States. All the rigmarole, you remember they had to inject her, she had all the problem, came from that accident in Ahwaz airport. And I announced publicly that we are holding an American private jet on the Iranian territory, which was against all the sanctions. And immediately, head of Ahwaz airport announced, you can read it if you find it in press, that we are holding a foreign Boeing airline on the Ahwaz airport, and it's getting repaired by the Boeing specialist. And the thing was that no Boeing officer could come to Iran because he was Iran under such a boycott. Again, we get the permission for them to take a private, what we call presidential jet out of Iran. That's how they broke sanctions, when it came to their own private jet. And this is how we managed to get the 5+1. Step by step, we guided it through. And if you go into the archives, the week before the Senate ratified the 5+1, on a Monday of that week, the head of opposition committee, which was set up by the Jewish lobby in the Senate, that they knew they're not going to get it through, resigned. The reason for resignation was very simple. On the Monday before, I received the instructions from White House. They said, Mehrad, this is not going to go through. The opposition, the Jewish lobby will kill it in the Senate. We can't get you the 5+1 peace talks to be ratified. I said, give me time. I need time to change, to find a solution. I called Mike Harris, which a lot of you know, the broadcaster, and he was very close to Keshe Foundation. And he works in the background with Veteran Magazine. I said, Mike, on your Thursday show, I want to be in. I have an announcement from the Iranian leadership for the American Senate. And you can find the interview with Mike Harris. In that interview, Senate members were waiting to see what's the response from Iran. I said, more or less in a way, we want to know which senator can refuse 5 or 10 million jobs, which this contract will bring for the American nation. You are having high unemployment. I want to know which senator will vote against such a ratification that brings so many millions of jobs in this time of recession. Immediately, number of the senators realized what's going, they changed their mind, and on Monday, the opposition resigned and we got it through the Senate. Get hold of Mike Harris is the last chat I gave you. And then you understand how Keshe Foundation has been influential in the policies. Now you know a little bit history of the Keshe Foundation.
Thank you, Mr. Gesh, for sharing that with us. Thank you.
Remember. And one day these will be written and you will understand what I have personally gone through. The loss of my child, to the Belgium the same way, to loss of factory in Africa and Italy through the same way, same person. The bombs, the poisoning by the same people. And he hasn't stopped. But the good thing at the end of it is I have found peace, I have found happiness in a very different way and in a very special way. And at least for the time being, there is peace. And all of you, in past 12 months, I know 99% of you have seen the mayhem in past 12 months on the internet. You lot, with all what you've seen, you haven't been through one day of my life with the people who wrote this out. Turmoil continues. Now the world is getting into turmoil and I have found peace. You lot are getting what I got for 30 years. That's one day we explain more. This is part of the history of the foundation that you might have to know.
Thank you for your courage and strength. I think any mere mortal would have packed it in by now.
But the important thing is now when we're sitting back, they knew every time something's going to happen, make sure they're not in it. And if they were in it pretending that they got involved in it, pretense. It's the way they work. You know, we call it Northern Ireland policy. During the 300-year wars of Northern Ireland, in the last part of it in 1980s, 90s, it was very systematical. When the Protestants were bombing a part of the Londonderry or Belfast. Somehow they had a coded message. They tell all the Catholics not to go to St. Today is going to be a bomb, and they knew which. There was some sort of a structural coded message. If the Protestants were sending a bomb out to kill them, they tell their people, somebody's phone is open. And you suddenly could see a part of the city empties, or you could see less people. They knew there is a bomb coming up. So over time, they learned this. In 1990s, as part of my business life, we had a operation in heart of Belfast, because there, if you got bombed, government paid, you could never lose money. And I was walking in our offices, and I saw the area manager of the Northern Ireland in the office. I said to him, "What are you doing?" He said, "Everything is good." And I said, "How is the figures?" He said, "Figures are good, but we dropped sale in the Belfast past 2 or 3 days." I said, "Boy, you're going to get bombed." He said, "What?" I said, "You're going to get bombed. They have informed them it's going to be a very big bomb. If it's 2 days, you know, you have a notice." I went to our warehouse people. I said, "Whatever we can't sell for past 10 years in the warehouses, on the trucks to Belfast now, because we're going to get paid. The government will pay us. It's the stock is booked, is on the floor." While our trucks were going to Northern Ireland, we got bombed. Everything was blown to pieces. We didn't lose money. Government insurance pays. So they were informing people beforehand not to be. And strange enough, every attempt in my life, they were informed not to be. And then you see the pattern. They're always informed beforehand not to be. And they never turned up in the shops. The shopping centers empty. They know, and they knew. But you got to realize that when we were testing with the space company in Belgium, a number of times I was given private access, security clearance to go to the Belgium nuclear center. And Belgians have 2 structures, now 3 structures of nuclear. One is the Flemish side, one is the national nuclear. And now the Germans have opened a 3rd door in it. That's how they became 5+1. Germans have become involved in nuclear industry. And the strangest thing is, the lawyer of the space company, the lawyer of the Flemish nuclear, the lawyer of institute which monitors industrial loan to inventors is the same guy, who then become part of the board of directors of European Space Agency. And he is a lover of the king. And this is how they track things down. Is the male part of the partnership. And this is why we've been crucified and chased by this guy. And Dirk works for him. And he is a lawyer of the same company, of the nano company. That's how they could fake everything in the court. We have documents in the Keshe Foundation. There's a summons issued when we left Belgium overnight to Italy that it says a terrorist in red on a court summons issuing a warrant for my arrest as a terrorist. Americans refused to accept it because CIA called me and says, Mr. Keshe, the Belgians have come here with a terrorist warrant. We are not accepting it because they cannot deliver anything to confirm with your scientists. Then, a week later, the Belgian took the title of terrorist of the summons and they changed it to fraud and what we saw. But they didn't realize one thing. The court case number for terrorism and fraud is the same court case number. This is against international law. They had to open another case, so they couldn't get the terrorism. They went for the fraud, and what we saw, and some of you who are here, you went to court. You know exactly what happened in that court. And again, strange enough, we reveal something to you very soon that is going to shock the whole of the Keshe Foundation about this. And now you know a little bit more. There was never a fraud case because we have a certificate and a license to do what we do. And it was on the wall of the Keshe Foundation in Nino. We have authorization. The company who authorized us, Naturopathica, paid huge amount of money to insure us to bring us under the policy. They knew it's a fake. They didn't let anyone put this in the court. When the head of nation is gay, the others play the game. Who are the players with the gay guy? And they get their way. And you don't need to trust my word. There's a book published and they managed to get it through the court in Belgium that explain exactly his behavior. Now you know a little bit more.
I hope we can hear about the Iranian spaceship over the Dome of the Rock at some point soon. Probably the most beautiful thing that I've seen on the internet. Thank you, Paul.
We did, Jason. Mr. Keshe has explained it. Maybe he would go more into it, but he has.
Yes, I know he has. Well, thank you.
On the 6th of June, we are negotiating with governments to join us to do. And I advise you not to miss the opening of the Keshe Foundation in Linz on the first weekend of October. We will show more or less, for the first time you see 2, maybe 4 machines, which are part of the new space system that will be used in the launch of the program in 6th June next year. In the next couple of weeks, Keshe Foundation will release videos of the new exhibition for people who want to come in. This time, we own the place. They don't need to call no one to block it. And this time, we already have all leaders and richest people in the world previewing it a week, 2 weeks before we open the public. You will see technologies which is to you, you don't see, but in built in one of the most advanced space technologies known to man. But as usual, Keshe Foundation way, the simplest way.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe, for opening all you have open today, even though it's only a small corner of what you've experienced to deliver this knowledge and technology and peace. It's unbelievable. And as you said, you've only shared a small bit of it. Congratulate you and honor your work. We hope we can replicate.
New technologies will be released to governments initially, and then we'll see the same way we work, because this stage of the technology will change the defense. Whichever nation will have access to the new technology will definitely become a superior power. And this cannot be, but at the same time, a number of nations are operating underneath the same. We monitor people who work with us very closely. And now there's a structure. Anybody around Keshe Foundation, especially close to us on a daily contact with us, are monitored daily through every aspect. Not by us, but by national securities and the work behind by the Keshe Foundation securities. We don't let no one close anymore. And this is a shame, because it could have been done much better, teach much easier. but this is the conditions has been created. Anyway, thank you very much.
We're the ones that are thanking you. Alex, is there anything else you'd like to bring in? This was a phenomenal delivery by Mr. Cash, as always.
No, Mark, that's hard to top. Just you know that change is coming. Thank you so much, everybody.
Okay, I'm going to thank you so much, Mr. Cash, for joining us, and we will share the knowledge you have passed on to us and the various platforms. And it's just amazing that we're here with you and experiencing just a taste of what you've gone through for, you said 30 years or more. It's just unbelievable that someone who would want to bring advanced technology, peace, space travel, and all the goodies would be treated so shabby year after year and continues to press on. It's gives us a guiding light to follow and to emulate as we go on our journeys. Okay. Thank you all for joining us. This has been the North American Cash Corona Telegram meeting in English for August 22nd, 2021. I will play the message to humanity for Mr. Cash and the final disclaimer, and then we'll end the meeting. Is anyone want to add anything else at this point? I know we've been here quite a long time, but we can accommodate you. If there's something you'd like to say or mention, we have all the time in the world. Very well.
Is Mehran Kesh familiar with George Ivanovich Gurdjieff?
Never heard of.
No? The first time I heard of you was
Don't think so.
Carrie Cassidy interview, your first interview with Carrie Cassidy. And you described spaceship. And I immediately thought of George Ivanovich Gurdjieff and his description of the trans spaceship Karnak. And I've been listening to you ever since.
That's where I came in through too, Carrie Cassidy in his second interview, I think, with Mr. Cash.
Do you know why we stopped with Carrie Cassidy?
I have no idea.
I rolled my eyes when you did. It took me a while to listen to the interview. And once I did, I was.
She likes to promote the idea that there must be war in space and that these beings must want to eat us. And
I only brought up Carrie Cassidy to bring in a timeline.
Yeah, the reason we used to do a lot with Carrie Cassidy on the interview, and the last interview we did with Carrie Cassidy was more or less due to one factor. The factor was that about the same time, August, about 5 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, you know the time, I saw I saw a picture of Alan Sterling, like with his wife torn in the middle. I said to Alan Sterling, because he used to do interviews with us, if you go to Wikipedia. We didn't know at that time why and how. And he said, yes, I've divorced my wife. I said, her fault or your fault? Something in that. He said, you know, I have a problem. I said, what's the problem? I can't, it's something to do with me. I can't keep my hands off children. I said, what? I said, boy, you're finished. No more interview, nothing. I'm going to get you. He said, but you know, we all have weaknesses, blah, blah. I said, forget about Wikipedia. I'm going to find out exactly why you divorced your wife. We asked the security people around Keshe Foundation to dig in. And we collected about 10,000 pages on Alan Step. And if you go back a few weeks ago, Rick tells you that we mentioned his name at that time, and they brought our live stream down that he's made accusation, blah, 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 blah. And I went to CIA. I said to CIA, we have enough evidence to get Alan Sterling as a pedophile. I was told to go to the Italian embassy in Rome, hand the documents to FBI and CIA in Rome embassy, and they look after it. In September, October, all these took place, and in November, I handed over the documents. I informed the CIA and meeting in Rome embassy, because we have access, even as Iranian nuclear physicist, I'm allowed to any embassy. You're not allowed to go in, it's against the law. And nothing happened. A month or two later, about November-ish, December-ish, I received a call with the same area code as Sterling. I thought the God knows wants to get in touch with me, but something told me to answer the phone. Whatever you're going to tell him, you tell him. I answered the phone, and the guy said, I'm the head of FBI, pedophile case, what do you call it, division, and we have brought all our support team into this area. We've been after Alan Sterling for a long time. Do you have anything to give us? I said, no problem. I have 10,000 pages. Give me the email. In 1 second, we transferred the documents to them. I thought the embassy was just to talk, but they had to report. It took a month or two to get to them. And round about January, I called the number. The guy said, we are working on it. All the pedophile specialists in United States, FBI, are here. We're working on this case. But we can't tell you anymore, because the information he gave us is so complete. You're working around your file. I called a few weeks later, and I said to the officer, what is going on? He said, we have everything to capture him, but if we capture him, it's going to take months and years in courts to get this guy. But if he walks to the office, to the police, and he confesses we got him, it's just prisoning him. And he said, this guy is part of the huge ring. We've been after all of them. I said, no problem. Let me see what I can do. What I did with Mike Harris, I went to Kerry Cassidy. I said, Kerry, I need time for an interview. And in that interview, I want 2 minutes to speak about Alan. Alan and Kerry were very close because they did a lot of work in the background together. Kerry is loyal to, what do you call it? To Sterling. She said, you can't go very far. I stop you. I said, just give me 2 minutes. And you can pick up the Kerry Cassidy interviews. If she hasn't taken it up, you can listen to the last talk. In that interview, I said, oh, by the way, Kerry, something in that line. We know the victims of Sterling, he's a pedophile, and are his two children. He has abused his children. He knew, we announced in advance, I'm going to talk to Kerry. He was listening to all of it. He heard that we knew through our file that he's raped his two daughters, but nobody could prove it. He is split from his wife on the condition that he'll never see the children and he cannot rape them again. And when I went public, the wife went out. Public knows I'm going. We went out on the 19th. On 20th night, 21st, he walked into the police station. He handed himself to FBI and we got him. And it didn't take long, just 4 or 5 months. He got a life prison, solitary, thanks to Keshe Foundation, thanks to the knowledge seekers in the background and Keshe Foundation security, we got a guy. From this case up to now, over 7,000 pedophiles have been arrested. He is giving a lot of information. The group which one guy died in New York very recently is part of that file. The Interpol has a big connection with these people. So what they have done, they have created a military police which no one can stop, and in any country they can pick up. If you go back on the list of Dirk and the other people, you see suddenly a lot of people disappeared on a regular meetings of Keshe, and they were all pedophiles. And what the program was, Dirk always pushed to be the webmaster of the Keshe Foundation. I said, you know nothing. I do everything that. We found out the reason he wanted to be a webmaster, they were picking up people's IP. What Sterling was doing in his wiki job was interviewing people like me, Free Energy, youngsters being interested about UFOs or whatever. They were picking up their IPs and they had a group in the background checking the children and taking the children. Wiki was used for picking up children. And now we have a connection that the recent changes in the Keshe Foundation had a connection to this group. And they keep on telling us why you keep on speaking about the pedophiles, because we put the Sterling away. Dirk was one of the big players in because he brought Sterling into the Keshe Foundation, giving interviews. He wasn't in the foundation, but just giving interviews to this guy because they knew. And that's the last time we gave an interview to Kerry Cassidy, because she said you caused Sterling to go into prison, but she never saw the light that thousands of children have been saved.
I didn't want to bring up Kerry Cassidy as a point of conversation.
Yeah,
just to bring
Kerry
up the
runs a
timeline.
beautiful program. She's a very good host.
I have not paid attention to her since you came on my radar, Mehran.
Kerry, she's a gorgeous woman, and her partner, they work very hard. A lot of respect for them.
Good.
But I think part of it comes from the hurt that a lot of people believed Sterling. And a lot of people who worked around him wanted to, if their work has ever caused harm to anyone. There's 120,000 people on this list apparently. Sterling gave a security code that the FBI could get in and pick up the list. They have a hidden, the structure of the, if you go to PeaceWiki and had a code, you could see the latest children who are online. This is how they worked.
Yes, if I had a child, I wouldn't even say so.
We know the facts from FBI.
I am being mandated by my employer to receive a vaccine in hypothesis.
I cannot give you advice on that one.
I know.
But I would not take a vaccine.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Gordon Duff is of, he's the other end of the stick.
What do you mean?
Mr. Gordon Duff says vaccines are the way to go. And
Gordon is a good friend.
that's what he said to me about you, Mr. Cash.
He's a good friend, well respected.
Yes.
And him and his wife have been with us and worked with us for a long time. He's highly respected, and he never writes things. He sensationalizes things, you know, to make it as a news thing. But he's more or less 100% correct in everything he does in those kind of things. But he hides it because he likes the sensation, make it interesting.
Okay, so in a personal email, no, I guess, no, we shouldn't discuss this. I'm surprised that you haven't heard of George Ivanovich Gurdjieff or his book, Beelzebub's Tales to His Grandson.
I don't have, I have read 1 or 2 books in my life.
Okay.
And one of them was Shame, and the other one I had to do it because my teacher wanted me to read a book.
Yes.
I read a book about Richard, is it Richardson? The first man in what you call Area 51, who his life was interesting for us to read because he writes how he became a rich man without knowing it, because at that time, whatever pattern was submitted by Area 51, he had to sign for it, and whoever signed to have the pattern received royalty from it. And he explains to you how they used to put tanks of nuclear material on the corridors because they didn't know it could be so dangerous and everything else. And one book about Freddie Mercury, because I wanted to read to understand the mindset.
Okay.
And that's the only 2 books I've ever read on this.
Well, tell us about Freddie Mercury.
Shameful man. What do we know about him now? But that's the way they live their lives. This is Russian. He was brought up in the house of Russian, and when he became gay and when he found out that he's got AIDS, he went infecting 2,500 people deliberately to take revenge before he dies.
Oh, I had no idea.
Yeah, to read about his life in Munich, which is the center of the gay society for a long time in Europe.
Oh my goodness.
Anyway, it is part of life.
So it seems.
Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, brother.
Jason. Thank you, Mr. Cash. It's going on 2 o'clock in Europe right now. You're having some very late nights, Mr. Cash.
Yeah, I've got a 9 o'clock work in the office.
appreciate you joining us so much and sharing with everybody. Hopefully this interview goes out across the planet and adding to more knowledge.
You see,
Phenomenal.
this is the history of the Keshe Foundation.
Yes. Yeah.
They cannot be denied this happened, and some of us had to go through it. And some of us had to live the life of it.
Yes. Okay, I'm going to play your message to humanity, which will be about 6 minutes, and then we'll play the final disclaimer and we will end the meeting. I think this is the longest we've ever gone here on Sunday afternoon. But once we're in the Keshe Foundation and the Keshe Foundation is becoming very well known, I think we'll all be working around the clock, more or less, depending on how you choose to do it, as we keep expanding the knowledge and it's reaching more and more circles across the planet. So thank you all for joining us today and have a great rest of your day or evening. Thank you.
Now that we have opened what I call the final stages of man to understand, now you have to understand you have no choice. It needs a lot of understanding, it needs a lot of positioning, it needs, there is a celebration going on. A lot of you will report massive number of UFOs in huge numbers. It's not one or two anymore. It's just like a party, let's all go there and there is a traffic jam. You will see those happening in the coming weeks. There is a big party going on this planet. Man has not seen it, do not understand it. In a way, without you knowing, you go to out shopping and you come home, the party is set, and then you have a surprise. In a way, mankind is waiting for that surprise, but there are few steps to be taken. The universal what they call universal community has already laid out the party. And to lay the party, you need to bring a lot of things ready, a lot of souls. All friends are coming back. You will see a new transformation on the skies and in the skies of this planet very, very soon. We changed the whole structure as of last week, and we brought a new dimension. You will see it, you will feel it. And this situation with Corona, this actually would have happened because the soul of this planet was getting ready to join the universal community. And it's a solution for man to find himself in, to elevate himself. This is a universal council teaching. This is what we call one nation, one planet, one race. And in so many ways, we have made one of you, but we have joined you to be one of the totality. It's a birthday party. And those who are organizing the party, it's just, 9 months and so many days, the child is born and you get everything ready for the party of the birth. That's what's happening. For the coming weeks, you will see more and more activities in a very strange way, in a huge numbers. And some of them, they are single souls who left this planet thousands of years ago. They're coming back. They're coming back to welcome the new child. These lights you see in the skies, which will appear as single and in hundreds of thousands to come, many of them, they're not UFOs. They're the souls who left this planet and come back. They know it's the time to celebrate. But mankind is blind. And no radar can see the soul. If the radars could see the soul, every day millions of people could die and get born. Why don't the radars don't show? The souls leave. Now we see the soul return. You see the light, and mankind has to understand. You have no choice. We have left you no more choice. We left it to you lot for some millions of years, and you did nothing but just mess it up more and more. And now it's just, it's the next step, next evolution. But how far, how much, to what extent mankind is ready for it is a question for the man to ask himself. You come here to learn a couple. You learn this, you learn that, but you're so blind you don't see what is in truth there behind. The reality is, and this is the question I asked yesterday as well, is the soul of the man as totality ready for this transformation?
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.